We'll call this meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Gasilli.
Present.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Here.
Commissioner Gillette.
Here.
Commissioner Binkhurst.
Here.
And Commissioner Ahern.
Here.
Absent are Commissioners Neville, Lyons, and Gomes. Present for staff are Todd DeMay, Town Planner, Designated Wetland Agent, and Brian Pudlick, Senior Planner. That is the roll, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dumais. So for everyone in the crowd, this is a continuation of the November 29th hearing. I kind of had a very long preamble at the beginning of that hearing. I'm going to make it much shorter, but I do just want just a couple very important things for everyone to remember. This is the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Agency that is acting tonight. We do have multiple roles on our regular meetings, but tonight we are only acting in our capacity as the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. And what's important about that is that, you know, the considerations that we're making have specifically to do with the inland wetlands regulations. We're not looking at the zoning regulations. We're not going to be looking at, like, say, traffic counts or you know, heights of buildings, things that would be the consideration for a different hearing. And just and this is for the members, and this is for the applicant, and this is for the intervener, and this is for the members of the public. And this is for members of the public as well. So if anyone is asking questions or making comments that kind of veer off of that, I'm going to have to kind of gently, you know, bring you back to that point. And it's you know, what was great was the last meeting, I never had to do that, right? So everybody understood why we were here, and so that's great. So I'm hoping it's going to go exactly like that. Hold on, let me get this a little closer. Can everybody hear me? All right. Sorry, this is not as loud as it usually is. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Am I going to have to eat the microphone this entire time? I know you can now read it later. One sec. I don't want to blow everybody's eardrums out when he puts the volume up either. All right, I'm just going to project just so everybody hears me. So tonight, just so everybody sort of remembers where we're at, where we're going to pick up, and then how we're going to continue. So at the last meeting, the applicant started their presentation. They made their presentation on the 1700 Asylum Avenue application. For everybody's, just to remind everyone, there are two applications being heard on 1700 and on 1800. Once everything is done, we will be voting on those separately. They are two separate parcels, two separate applications tonight. So we got through the 1700 presentation by the applicant. The intervener, who has a right to put on their own presentation, deferred their presentation on 1700 until the 1800 presentation by the applicant is finished, and they are going to do both of those things tonight. However, we did open up public comment on 1700, and that's where we ended the evening. So the order of things tonight will be that we will pick up immediately with comment on 1700, public comment on 1700 Asylum Avenue. One thing I would say, though, if you are someone who wants to speak on both 17 and 18 and you don't want to get up twice, you can skip this public comment and you can go to, because there will be an additional public comment once the 1800 presentations are finished. You have the option, but I'm not saying anyone has to. But I just want to make sure you understand that that is an option. It's not, you know, speak now or forever hold your peace in this round. But we do want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to speak. What we also did last week, was we had everyone who wanted to speak from the public go to the sign-up sheet. So we have sign-up sheets here. And we also have an overflow room. If we've got all of these seats are filled, we have an overflow room in the auditorium in which this presentation is being live streamed. So if you don't want to stand, you know, there is room in the overflow room, and there's also sign-up sheets in the overflow room. So anyone wishing, any member of the public wishing to speak tonight should get on the sign-up sheets because we're going to take those in the order of those on the sign-up sheets. The normal order of business for the commission is we would take people in three groups, members of the public in three groups. First, those wishing to speak in favor, those wishing to speak in opposition, and then those wishing to speak neither in favor nor in opposition. But for these hearings, we're not going to do that. We're going to break from our normal order, and we're just going to take everybody in the order that they signed up, okay? So with that in mind, we're going to start with the lists from, 10 days ago, from the 29th, or a little more than 10 days ago. There were individuals who either couldn't stay the whole hearing or they deferred to today. We're going to start with that list, and then we're going to move on to the lists here for anyone that wishes to speak on 1700 only, because we haven't gotten to 1800, all right? Have I confused you enough sufficiently to start? Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the first sheet. So the first individual on the public comment sign-up sheet from last time was Sandra Rappercab. Please. And I just want to note for anyone speaking tonight, please, when you approach the podium, the microphone's going to turn on its own. When you start speaking, just please state your name and your address for the record. Thank you.
Yes, hi. Sandra Ramper Tab, 3 Pilgrim Road, West Hartford, 06117. It is imperative to balance the need for the economic growth of the town and use of its land with the need to protect its environment and ecology. The massive scale and scope of this development fundamentally disturbs the ecologically sensitive wetlands in a variety of ways. If your motive is to profit from this development, then the justification that the wetlands are not precious or valuable simply is not based on moral reasoning. As John O'Donnell mentioned at the last meeting, quote, "This development has zero social and economic benefits to the community." The developer acknowledges that developable areas suitable for a large development, such as Oakwood Park, without any wetland resource impacts, just do not exist. The developer has argued that since the wetlands have been developed in the past, they have little value. However, the fact that the 300-plus trees and wetlands are home to a wide variety of wildlife, which neighbors have spotted, bobcats, owls, birds, hawks, contradicts this assertion. Further, we don't believe that the developer has adequately ascertained whether there are, in fact, no rare species on the wetlands. Of the mature native trees that the developers have marked for destruction, the vast majority, 257, are on wetland buffers. The destruction of such mature native trees is in defiance of all best practices for the proper stewardship of such wetlands, floodplains, however developed they may currently be. Planting new trees has zero equivalence to existing mature trees. The developer has failed to show any evidence that a feasible and prudent alternative does not exist, and thus the application should be denied. The Wetlands Commission has a rare opportunity to save and restore these wetlands. I would submit that it is our moral responsibility as good stewards of this precious land to do so. We as a town are better than this. The choices made today will affect this land forever.
Thank you, Mr. Ampercap. The one thing I forgot to mention was that because we do expect a number of individuals wishing to speak, we are going to limit to 3 minutes. That doesn't mean it won't be your last opportunity to speak, but we want to be able to have the next person be able to speak after you. So if you do want to speak a second time, you can just sign up at the end of the sign-up sheet and you can come back up. So next up then is, and I just want to thank Ms. Rampercab both for the substance of her comments, but also for keeping it within the limit. Next up then would be Bob Clunan, 333 Cumberland.
Just check your...
Look, that's working, that's working.
Thank you. I think everyone would agree that you're here because you care about West Hartford, and the people sitting over here are here because they care about West Hartford. I have a wetland in my own backyard, and I've lived here for 47 years. When I moved here, I had absolutely no water, and it was perfectly dry in my backyard. I just spent, I'll probably be spending about between $15,000 and $20,000 to get rid of that wetland. And my contention is that over the years, the wetlands have been disturbed, or we wouldn't have the problem that we have today. And this consists of perhaps improper foresight for drainage, or the hardscape that has been created over the years. Like I say, I had absolutely no wetness in my backyard at all when I first started. I think the issue, or part of the issue, is the size of the disruption that's going to take place. I think with proper foresight and perhaps disruption that is not as small, buildings that are not as big, not as complex as we've got right now, that we would be fine. But I thank you for taking the time to listen to the people that are here, because we really care about West Hartford. We think that we can make it better and inviting for all the future people. By the way, those wetlands and that disruption impacts the quality of life. This summer, we couldn't go out in our backyard because of the number of mosquitoes due to the wetness in our backyard. And that really does impact an awful lot of people in West Hartford. So thank you for being here, and thank you for considering all of our wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clunin. Next up, what?
Try that.
What?
Try that.
No, that's the all off. Are you hearing me?
Try test. No.
Test. No? I mean, if I'm like right up in it?
Test, ours are not on.
Well, I mean, is a record being made? I think we need to pause and make sure. We're gonna pause proceedings. We need to make sure that it is recording? All right. But like,
In the back, they can't hear, correct?
all right.
Let's pause.
We're gonna pause. One quick.
No, mine hardly worked.
Testing. Anything in the back?
No, that's pretty.
Hello?
That's not right.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, because I thought we could hear Todd's. No?
Yeah.
Nancy's yours working?
Testing?
I hear yours.
I hear Nancy. She's right there. Doesn't sound like it's coming.
You're not hearing?
Test.
Yes. Test.
Hear that one in the background?
Test.
Anything in the other room then?
Thanks for working, soda. We're just going to take a brief recess to try to figure out the technical issues. Thank you.
Hopefully everybody.
All right, we're back in. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you, everyone who fixed it. So we are still in public comment for 1700 Asylum Avenue, and we are running off of the list from last time. So next up is Chris Torino, 17 Wilshire Lane. All right, seeing no one. Next up is Sheila Flanagan, 1304 Asylum Avenue.
Hi, Sheila Flanagan, 1304 Trailbrook Drive. My property is actually on most of your slides right there. I walk daily through both of those pieces of property, so I've seen all of it. And I'm just here to tell you that I'm in support of this project for a number of reasons. First, the development keeps our wetlands intact while providing a solution to the drainage problems, which have been an issue for a long time. And they've included a 10-year watch program to ensure that it continues to protect those wetlands. Second, the public trail access continues, the Trout Brook Trail, and that helps broaden access for everyone in West Hartford. And it has a great social benefit, which I think someone had said there was no social benefit to theirs. There's a huge social benefit. And lastly, there's no question that this property needs a full cleanup, and ignoring or pushing this critical work off further risks further contamination and other issues such as graffiti, broken bottles, glass, and trespassing. I appreciate that no project is perfect, but I believe in the balance this project has, more positives and negatives, and particularly as it relates to access to and preservation of this piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Next up is Chris Hennigan, 1651 Asylum Avenue.
Good evening. Chris Hennigan, 1651 Asylum Avenue, West Hartford, Connecticut. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my partner, Aurelia Parica, who's here this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. As residents and taxpayers at 1651 Asylum Avenue in West Hartford, Connecticut, we have significant concerns about the environmental impact that the proposed development at 1700 Asylum Avenue by West Hartford 1 LLC will have on residents of the Morley neighborhood and the surrounding area. There's no question that we will be heavily impacted by the proposed development. The developer canvassed homes within 50 feet of the development. This is unacceptable due to the size and the scale of the proposed development. The town should fully include the old Morley voting district and the surrounding area in the decision-making process for the 1700 Asylum Avenue property. Now, as you are aware, new state of Connecticut stormwater regulations go into effect January 1st of 2024. These new regulations consider issues related to climate change, such as projected increases in annual precipitation rates. The current regulations were not written to consider an environment impacted by climate change and the effect of development on properties like 1700 Asylum Avenue within sizable wetlands. For many of us impacted by recent flooding in our homes, this is a serious concern. And, you know, I think you guys are all working really hard on this issue, but I do believe that the town should have the foresight to see that the regulations are changing because we have new information and not cede to pressure by a developer to push a decision through at the 11th hour under old, outdated regulations. This is not about what's fair to the developers. It's about what's fair to the future of West Hartford residents. I believe responsible action on the part of the town can still be taken in 2024 under the state of Connecticut's new stormwater regulations by requiring the developer to submit a plan which follows the regulations. Once a new plan has been submitted by the developer, any decisions regarding the approval for an inland, wetlands, and watercourse permit for 1700 Asylum Avenue should not move forward without a local vote administered by the town. We moved to our neighborhood in West Hartford for the long term because we found it to be a vibrant community of single-family homes which provides a pleasant quality of life. We never anticipated that our lives would be disrupted by the interests of short-sighted developers. Now, I did have the opportunity to walk both parcels of land after last night's rainfall, And I shot more than 50 photos showing poor drainage and flooding outside of where the marked wetlands and the proposed development sites are now. I'd like to share those with you, and you will notice a striking difference between these images and the images that were submitted as part of the most recent design highlights today. I don't believe there's any way that this property can be made environmentally sound to look like this. So here I have, on the corner of Lawler and Trout Brook Road, for the public record, I'd like to submit one photo shot this morning. You can see flooding there after 4 inches of rainfall last night. Here I have another image which shows a school bus coming down Trout Brook. You're looking at Lawler Road here, no curb stop, a washout on the road, flooding. This is the lot 1700 Asylum, the parking lot, poor drainage throughout. Here's some area around the wetlands buffers. And I do think we need more time here to kind of map these photographs onto the current development plan so we can see exactly where they fall with regard to the wetlands boundaries. Hopefully I'll have the opportunity to do that in future public comment. I'll speak later on the 1800 Asylum property. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. I should note that microphone, you can keep going. Sorry, just for everybody. That microphone up there is actually excellent. You don't need to lean over into it. It actually picks up. No. Believe me, listen, it's happened plenty of times. But yeah, that one's actually quite good. Next up is Pat Wilson, 109 Meadowbrook Road.
Pat Wilson, 109 Meadowbrook Road, West Hartford. I'm a member of the Sustainable West Hartford Commission, but I defer my comments at this time in the interest of being able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Then next up would be Charlotte Gara, 384 North Quaker Lane.
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Gara. I live at 384 North Quaker Lane, West Hartford, 06119. My feeling at the last meeting was that there seemed to be some pressure from the developer to resolve the wetlands portion of the application this month. And I'm a little confused, so maybe you could help me. We know that the new Connecticut Groundwater State Statute 22A-19 provisions are effective 1/1/2024. Are these going to be those take into account climate change and the wetter environment in which we find ourselves due to ocean warming? Will passing the wetlands portion of 1700 affect which statute it then falls under the development, or will it automatically revert on 1/1/2024 to the new 22A-19 Connecticut Groundwater State Statute? The other concern that I have, and I share this with all my neighbors, we have an impervious clay on our land. That is my yard, impervious clay. You could throw pots with it. I've been in my house for 44 years. About 40 years ago, the house to the north, which had a first floor garage and a small den, built a second floor onto that. And as a result, we have a wetland between their house and my house. What we have done is planted bushes and trees between the two houses, and we've done this 4 times. And this is a case where none of these trees and bushes have lasted to the 10 years that we were guaranteed by the landscaper who put them in. So I'm concerned in terms of the wetland plants and trees, the native trees that are going to be planted by the developer, what their term of liability is. Because we're pretty far from the development, and we haven't been able to make 10 years. And, you know, we created a wetland by the additional weight of 1 story in the back of that house, which wasn't a large development. But again, this whole land in where we all live is composed of impervious clay. So those are my 2 questions for you tonight. I do walk quite a bit in the neighborhood.
Ms. Guerra, you're at the end of your 3 minutes. Thank you. Next up is Robin Santiago, 104 Wetland. Okay. Not seeing Robin, we're going to go up next then to Evelyn Fishman, 10, I believe it's Braintree.
Okay, I don't want to repeat some of the concerns of the other people in this town. I mean, there were some valid points which I want to reinforce. I mean, I don't see how this is not going to disturb all the people who live around there. Just the scope of the project is so humongous for that relatively small area. And I remember the developer said that this is a residential area and it's going to continue to be somewhat residential, but with 5-story or 3-story apartments, and it just seems like it's going to disrupt everything for us as residents and taxpayers. I think comparing it to Blueback Square, which was only residential on 1 side, well, this is residential on 3 sides. And to have businesses that we no longer, that really, we don't need those businesses. We have businesses that are empty. So I mean, it's hard to separate the wet and just keep it to the wetlands, because this just doesn't make sense for our community. And the developer wants to address all the issues by saying they're going to fix it, they're going to fix this, they're going to do a study for something else. And I don't think we need all that to realize that this doesn't work for our town. That's all.
Thank you. Next up is Christine Feely. I can't, I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Ms. Feely. All right, okay, for the record, Ms. Feely is going to defer to the 1800, to the second option. All right. Next up then would be Sachin Ramprasad, 1681 Asylum. Nope. Okay. Tyler Burgeon, 61 Gifford. Nope. Okay. Jared Needleman, 121 Brewster. I'm going to try my best with this handwriting. Morgan Hilliard, 46 Lawler. Nope. Okay. Joe Visconti, 1 Clifton. Nope. Jerry Katowitz, 1840 Asylum. Nope. Harris Simons, 433 South Main. All right, could we, what's that? Oh, we did. Oh, yeah, sorry, I have it checked off. If we could then go to the sign-up sheet that's there now. Jeez. I just want to thank everybody. You're being very good about sticking to the time. That's really good for getting everyone up here tonight. So, thank you. Okay. First up on this sheet, and again, if you want to defer, that's fine, just let me know. Beth Ann Loveland Sennett.
Good evening. My name is Beth Ann Loveland Sennett, 109 Walden Street. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I walked the site of the proposed development this morning, most recently, and I hope that all of you have had the opportunity to do the same. Through clever word choices and phraseology, the developer has managed to convey a sense that the ecosystem at 1700 Asylum, with its characteristic flora and fauna, are common, insignificant, and valueless. Tell that to the resident bobcat, great blue heron, the fox family, the native oaks, wildflowers, and songbirds. Yes, to the developer who bought this property to develop it, it is worthless. Yet, this is a completely inaccurate assessment of its worth in the natural world. The value of this fragile urban wetland ecosystem situated within a floodplain should not be diminished. And don't forget that at the end of the day, the floodplain belongs to the river. Not opposed to construction in general, I am passionate about preventing wetland destruction, which is tied to key climate issues and indicators. First, construction can be destructive, and soil destruction in wetlands is particularly worrisome. Second, wetlands serve key ecological functions and support enormous numbers of living creatures that concrete and asphalt never will. Soil is the source of all life. Earth moving destroys its structure. Wetland soil in particular has exceptional nutrient capacity for storage and ability to provide for carbon infiltration if left undisturbed. Renee Cho at Columbia University writes, quote, "Soil regulates excess rainfall and prevents floods," end quote. In terms of environmental function, according to the EPA, wetlands are among the most productive ecosystems in the world, comparable only to rainforests and coral reefs. They're also a source of substantial biodiversity in supporting numerous species from all the major groups of organisms, from microbes to mammals. The town of West Hartford is actually an urban area as defined by the EPA due to its density, and has been more interested in development than in functional ecosystems, at least recently. There is a fairly long list of large landscapes and permits to fill wetlands in this area that have been developed over the last 10 to 15 years and which have left impaired the function of our local ecosystems. So, in conclusion, I want to say that West Hartford can certainly do better than this. Our wetlands are irreplaceable and certainly worth fighting for and protecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mary Hardy.
Mary Hardy, I live at 25 Karen Road. Trash, garbage, pollution. These are consequences of densely populated areas, and 322 living units at 1700 Asylum Avenue constitutes a dense population. The occupants will be renters, not owners. More trash and garbage is simply left on the ground with renters, probably because they do not have a vested interest in maintaining the property. Trash and garbage do not simply land and stay put. It blows around until trapped by fences, bushes, trees, or vines. We live next door to Hall, and it is an ongoing battle. When we first moved in, trash was regularly blowing across our yard. We erected a fence primarily to keep the dogs confined, but this and some plantings along the fence have reduced but not eliminated the flow of trash. Small pieces go through the fence. This year we planted forsythia along the front yard border, which helps halt the flow of garbage. As our forsythia matures, it will be a more effective trapper. Periodically, we take a big garbage bag into that buffer zone and pick up larger pieces. If I were a tenant, I would not be doing this. So how does this apply to 1700? Well, trash is going to be a problem for both wetlands and neighbors. How much trash will be generated by 322 occupied units and not make it into the dumpsters? How much trash will end up in the wetlands? Currently, it is captured by the thicket of vines and natural, mature trees and vegetation. If it isn't trapped, the trash will be in the water polluting the area and downstream. As you know, guidance for developing areas near wetlands is to, 1, avoid the impact, 2, come up with alternatives and minimize the impacts, and 3, if impact is unavoidable, wetland impact should be mitigated. The wetlands report for this project states that complete avoidance of direct wetland impacts and encroachment into the upland review area is not possible. Okay, if that is true, perhaps this project is just not suitable for this parcel of land. I think that we should avoid any impact to the wetlands since this is not a required project. I have not read that the town has any requirement for the number of living units at 1700. The project at a minimum should be modified to eliminate building in the upland review area and to maintain the natural protection of the wetlands rather than stripping it out and planting smaller native plants. This would in turn reduce the impact of trash generated by the development and introduced to the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. So next on the list is Sandra Rampertab, so we'll defer you when we get to the 1800, as with Sheila Flanagan, who is also up next, so we will defer you to the back. Roberta Eccleston. And please, if I mar anyone's name, please correct me.
Roberta Eccleston, 143 Haynes Road. The proposed development at 1700 and 1800, but I'm not talking about that, represents both too much and too little. Tonight's about too little. There's too little to care about the resource that these developers would change forever. Though we're only speaking about the wetlands and downstream waterways that will be affected, we need to note that reframed as apartments looming over homes and commercial spaces, increasing the multiplier effects of so many added vehicles, create significant risk for the contiguous neighborhoods, wildlife, wetlands, and waterways. There's an opportunity to respect and protect our environment, so our first too little is too little protection for the native environment. We've heard about that tonight. Second is too little effort put into ensuring that the water entering downstream flow is as clean as possible, mainly meaning minimizing vehicle-related waste. Third, too little is planning to protect the commitment of residents, businesses, and visitors, resulting in excess traffic that will detract from the quality of life in our area, our community, and definitely our wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is, sorry?
The person that was on the first list was just wrapping up Hanukkah. Is he able to just come speak? Because he was on the original list.
Who is that?
Yuri Kodowitz.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I was actually just saying how I was like rushing my girls through their prayer, and I was like, Baruch atah Adonai, let's go. So, please.
And you better like the gifts.
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't prepare any remarks. Yuri Kodowitz, 1840 Asylum Avenue. But I recognize the state that the property is currently in. Something's obviously got to be done. I've followed this enough to know what the developer has been going through as far as making accommodations and taking steps to make this as widely accepted a project as it possibly can be. So I'm heartened by that, the tremendous steps and expense that it takes. Something, like I said initially, has got to be done there. And if we're going about it as thoughtfully as possible, I think as residents and neighbors, that's all we can ask. And I appreciate the town council's time, the developer, and all my fellow residents for coming out and speaking their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kodowitz. Although he upgraded us to the town council, I take offense to that. Joking. I'm sorry. Jay Costello is the next individual.
Good evening. My name is Jay Costello. I live at 15 Bishop Road, 06119. I'll start out by just reading a little bit out of the definitions, part of your regulations. You guys probably understand these more than I do, but bear with me for a minute if you would. So, according to the definition sections, regulated activity means any permanent or temporary operation, use, or activity, any part of which is within a regulated area or which will have a significant impact on a regulated area. A regulated area is defined as any wetland or any watercourse as defined in these regulations, and a regulated area is also all areas located within 150 feet of the boundary of such wetlands. At the last meeting, the applicant stated pretty much right in the beginning that the 150-foot zone around the wetlands is not a buffer. I guess in some sense they're correct, because as the definitions that I just read, the regulated area does not distinguish between a wetlands and a 150-foot buffer, the 150-foot zone from the wetlands, or describe it as being anything any lesser than a wetlands. So they're both considered to be regulated areas, equally regulated areas. So it's not a buffer, it's a regulated area, just like wetlands. The applicant would also have us believe that the 150-foot buffer does not count, and they basically have a right to develop this area. But in fact, Section 4, permitted uses as of right in the regulations, says clearly excludes any activity of right that is within 150 feet of the wetlands. So any activity within 150 feet is clearly not developable as of right. In fact, Section 6, which is regulated activities, reiterates that an agency shall regulate any activity within 150 feet of the wetlands. Their proposal on both parcels, but on 1700, somebody asked at the last meeting what the percentage was of the regulated area that was impacted. We never really got an answer, but I'll tell you, if you look at the map, it's almost 100%. So, according to the regulations, a regulated area is any wetlands or watercourse and anything within 150 feet, no distinction. A regulated activity is any activity within this regulated area, which includes 150 feet, or which will have a significant impact on that regulated area. So a significant impact is any activity which will have a substantial effect on the regulated area. So we're clearly doing all of those things. So the 150-foot buffer or boundary, whatever you want to call it, is clearly a regulated activity, and not all activity within it is clearly considered to be a significant activity and detrimental to the wetlands themselves. So I have more to say, but I'll break my comments up until the 1800 portion comes in as well. Thank you very much.
Look at that. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clooney. So next up on this list was Bob Clunan, who spoke, as well as Chris Hennigan and Charlotte Guerra. So we're going to move up to Martha Parrish. Actually, was there evidence that Mr. Hennigan already submitted? Photographs and all of that?
He submitted a letter.
All right. You know what, you could work it out with staff, and we'll keep going. Just hand it over to them, please. Thank you.
We did get it in our packet.
Did you get it? I wasn't sure. Thank you, because the email bounced back. My apologies.
Okay.
Good evening, Martha Parrish,
Thank you, Ms.
34
Parrish.
Fox Meadow Lane, 06107. I live between this proposed development and Trout Brook, which is significantly overflowing its banks today, and up and into many people's yards. And many of my neighbors, as well as me, have some pumps that have been running all day. For the last 24 hours. This neighborhood south of Asylum already sits at the base of a hill draining many thousands of gallons of water. A neighbor on Clifford Avenue, Clifford Road had an 8-foot sinkhole under her home because of the groundwater running underneath it. This was a very expensive, safety risk-based operation to protect her property, shore it up before it fell into this sinkhole, because it's ostensibly on top of surface groundwater. This is not just about being able to enjoy your yard or not being able to enjoy your yard. This is about sinkholes opening up underneath the surface of the town because of all the groundwater running through it. You need only walk around the property to confirm that the groundwater in the 1700 parcel is above the surface in many locations. And Ms. Pearson's allegations that since grass was planted or a parking lot is currently there, somebody did something wrong in the lifetime of its property, rendered it no longer wetlands, is simply not true. It's a deliberate attempt to deceive this body and to deceive the greater public. There's a recent SLR report that's very important, that was written to you, Todd, as town planner. Some important points in this SLR report. These are wetland scientists and soil scientists review, which we appreciate your body getting input from them. As described in every SLR review letter to date, wetland buffers provide a valuable interface to attenuate flow, absorb nutrients, provide screening and windbreaks, as well as habitat opportunities. This current plan is non-compliant with the 2004 Stormwater Protection Manual. The increase in impervious surfaces for 1700 is 5%, 1800 is 148%. Significant increase in impervious surfaces. Presently, the project is not designed consistent with the stream channel protection standards to SLR. It doesn't appear that sufficient detail has been provided to verify that no impairment to stream morphology will result from the project. Your streams and waterways are going to be affected, and it's going to be damaging. The previous town planner before you, Todd, clearly, unequivocally articulated in writing that the property at 1800 could only accommodate approximately 180 units based on respecting the current zoning and affected wetlands and URAs. And this developer wants us to throw all of that out. I'll continue on the 1800 property.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, as a public servant and a public employee, I love to hear the enthusiasm of this kind of involvement. However, as the person who has to run this hearing, if we could keep the clapping to a minimum so we can keep things going. Okay. Next up is Yvonne Espinoza. Okay. Will Cromwell? Oh, sorry, Yvonne. I didn't see you. Sorry.
How are you?
I thought you were heading out the door.
No, I'm coming right here. My name is Yvonne Espinoza. I'm at 52 Elm Drive. My friend and I frequently use the Trout Brook Trail. We are downstream. We've witnessed the effects of runoff into the Trout Brook. This is a big issue that deserves attention at another point and at every point in planning. In a time when we are more aware of the deep interconnected relationship that we share with the environment, it is imperative that we be very careful of the choices we make today. This one small area of wetland is prized by those who have learned to see the value beyond the economic. Let's build that legacy that is our land. Our efforts should be placed on preserving, restoring, and conserving, and building up a resilient wetland system. Caring for nature is not an afterthought. It is a priority. I would like to be a good neighbor to our human community members and our non-human partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Knew I couldn't keep you down. First, next up is Will Cromwell and then John Clapp.
Hi, my name's Will Cromwell, and my main question is, if this development is not built, where will these people live? This project is proposing to build 569 units. It has been alleged that this would destroy around 330 trees. That is one tree, that's less than one tree per unit. I assume that most of this audience lives in single-family homes.
Please.
How many trees were destroyed when they built your property? How many trees will be destroyed when these people are pushed farther out to live in single-family homes, which is the only property that many people seem to believe is legitimate? Renters are not pollution. That is ridiculous and honestly offensive.
If you could direct your comments to the commission,
Yes,
please.
but sorry, this project will, because what we have to consider is the density of per unit impact. This project is exactly the kind of project we need. Density is sustainability. West Hartford.
Excuse me, just real quick, if we could keep the individuals who are speaking in the microphone and the individuals who are speaking, it is very important that everyone give everyone the opportunity when they are speaking to have the microphone alone. It's very important, okay? Please continue.
This project is climate change friendly. It will reduce emissions. What I'm concerned about is climate change and how far people will have to drive to get to work. What does this project do? It allows more density for people to not have to go farther out. So that's how it impacts. That's why I'm talking about the wetlands. What is the problem with wetlands and flooding? It's climate change. The instinctive opposition to projects like this are why climate change is an issue. This type of project is good for the climate. Opposition to this project is about destroying the environment to keep the status quo, which is destroying the planet. So I'm asking everyone here to consider the wider point of view and to consider more than the status quo as the only acceptable option. This project is for the environment, and that's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Cromwell. John Clapp and then Jane Torrey.
Thank you. I'm John Clapp. I live at 65 Auburn Road. I've lived there for 42 years. I have been impacted by many changes, and I'm a housing economist. I taught real estate at UConn for almost 40 years. And so I certainly appreciate the time you all are giving and the importance of these decisions and your willingness to serve on this board. Thank you very much. I feel that I've seen a lot of improvements in the 42 years I've lived here. Trout Brook has been cleaned up. It's been made more resilient to floodwaters, and I think it's capable of handling very extensive floodwaters. So the proposed development, I think is needed for the reasons a previous speaker mentioned, that our children can't afford to live in West Hartford, and we need more density. We live on very valuable land with our single-family houses, and there really should be a lot more density. And I have perfect confidence in the board and in West Hartford engineers to take care of any additional strain on the wetlands and on the drainage system. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clapp. Next up is Jane Torrey and then Joe Visconti.
My name is Jane Torrey. I also live at 65 Auburn Road, and I'm John Clapp's wife. And I'm just going to say that I'm in favor for this project. I've listened to everyone very carefully, and I think that I agree with the folks that say we have to do something with this project. And I'm comfortable. I've lived in West Hartford most of my life. I was born here. That was 75 years ago. And I've lived in different neighborhoods. I have encountered some of the wetland issues that have been raised. But I also believe, and as my husband has said, that West Hartford has done a very good job consistently of making sure that these issues are addressed. And I'm comfortable with our leadership here in town, and I'm also comfortable with the way this project has been presented. And I also appreciate everyone who has raised issues, because they need to be raised, they need to be addressed, but we also need to do something appropriate with that property. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Visconti and then Linda DiNapoli.
Hello, Joe Visconti here, former town councilor, and 2007 to 2009, 1 Clifton Avenue, West Hartford. The only thing that's going to stop this development is lawsuits. I spoke to the Corporation Council a couple days ago, and they said that there's no referendumability on any issue with this development. So let's just get clear here. This is going to be built no matter what we do. My concerns are very many. I'm going to break it down for a couple minutes here so you know what's going on. Sitting on community planning years ago, I watched our roads not get paved. We seem to want to pave every piece of open space in West Hartford except for our roads. Okay? No matter how much tax dollars gets, I'm sorry, the education cartel takes it all. It all goes to education. Our town is run really tight, really lean. It doesn't go there. As far as the wetlands go, I was around walking through that property from Hall High, class of 74, will be 50 years next year at our reunion. Whoa. But I want to talk about the wetlands themselves, because I remember living on Montclair Drive, and the federal government did over Trout Brook Drive. And when they did that, the roads were all flooding. So to say that the flooding won't occur again on a 100-year plan, it's all speculation. The developers knew what they were buying, and they knew they didn't have the zoning. They knew they didn't have anything, even our original plan of conservation and development, which I worked for months on as a counselor, and then they altered it because they alter things in this town. As a developer comes to town, they alter our policies to suit the developers. It's pure and simple. That's the way it is. It's politics. It's a tax base. The reality is, what the gentleman just said, a couple of people before me, was we need more density. Who the heck in the Democrat Party would say that? With global warming, wetlands, squirrels, trees. It's insane that the political establishment in this town would just be so hypocritical to say we need this. We need the money, but we need to pave our roads if we're going to get the money. But it doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen with the police being hired. The traffic is important because the traffic has to do with pavement. Are there going to be roads that are going to change here? Will this developer come back? I guarantee, as Blueback I fought 20 years ago, this week we started, they will make changes upon changes upon changes. What you vote for, what you get, what these people, I know only wetlands, but what they get, you're not going to have. You're going to have whatever they decide with all the political establishment, the lobbyists in the room. I got a lot more to say when I have more time during the process of this whole thing, but I'll make sure the public is aware. Pull full transparency. I'll let you know everything, everybody, all the names. It'll be publicity on what happens here. So you will have another civil lesson that I brought years ago. And one last thing I'd like to say, because a lot of people think I'm anti-development. If I wanted to kill Blueback Square, it was in my power alone to kill it by holding one referendum, as West Farms Mall wanted, on the bonds. I refused them and went to war with them. And I brought 2 referendums in my group. Bonds and land, knowing full well that we would probably lose, but it wasn't up to me. So what I say is, for me personally, this is civic activism. It isn't anti-development. I'm a contractor. I'm a builder. God bless you all. Take care. Merry Christmas.
I believe I heard Ms. DiNapoli say that she was going to defer to 1800, but I just wanted to make sure she's next up.
Can she refer the time or not?
No.
Okay, good.
No.
I don't want to say anymore anyway, no encore.
It's all right, yeah. So Ms. DiNapoli, if you wanted to speak on 1700, you could, or you can defer to 1800. Oh, you gotta speak into the microphones.
Well, I said that's a new rule they just made up. This happens, goes all along. You all had a chance to change the town direction when we just had an election, and you chose again not to. You made a serious mistake. I can say, as a realtor, I can see a lot of downside to this project that it's going to have on the Bishop's Corner area. I live in the Bishop's Corner area, and you people need to get more active. Joe is right. I participated with him in the Blueback Square development. We got some changes. We held them up for 5.5 years. So you're going to have to do a lot more than you have done to affect the changes you want, but the project's going to go through.
Finally, last on the list is Mary Pelletier. I think I see her in the back. Yes. Okay. Todd.
I'm Mary Pelletier, and I'm a resident of 80 Elizabeth Street in Hartford, Connecticut. My zip code is 06105. I'm here as a representative of Park Watershed. Park Watershed is a 501c3 urban suburban watershed stewardship organization that was incorporated in 2012. Our goal is the watershed, the Park River Regional Watershed, reaches 78 miles east of the Metacomet Ridge to the Connecticut River. All of West Hartford drains into either Trout Brook and then the south branch of the Park River, or Tumble Brook and into the north branch of the Park River. I can definitely say that whatever is happening, all of this drainage is going to wind up in Hartford, in either the south branch or the north branch. And those communities have to live with these damaged, flooding, polluted, impaired waterways. And Park Watershed, we have a vision that is to ensure natural assets, ecosystems, and water quality of the region are revitalized and conserved for generations to come. In 2014, we assisted neighbors on Cliffmore Drive who tirelessly tried to oppose the development of land on a steep slope west of Trout Brook that had been the American School for the Deaf property. That is just one of a long list of properties that West Hartford has developed in the past 10 years. It is clearly impacting the homeowner quality. It does seem like across America, we are all beginning to trade homeowner security for rental properties and Wall Street REITs, right? The real estate investment trusts, which probably the developer, I'm not sure who the developer is, but if it's rental properties, however dense it may be, it won't be necessarily stable residents of your town. I just want to say, it's hard to put this all together, because I do agree that probably this decision, even if you all deny it, will be overturned by the attorneys. That's what happened with the Cliffmore property. It will probably get developed. But the most you can do is keep trying and trying and trying to conserve and restore riparian corridors. And you need to do that for your children, because there is a climate and biodiversity crisis. If you haven't noticed, this was the hottest year on record worldwide, and it was the wettest year in the Hartford area. These records are exceeding everything. Yesterday, there was projected rainfall of 7 inches. 7 inches is almost our annual precipitation is 47 inches of rain a year. So 7 inches is considerable, and I think it's hard to go against politics. I know that's the end of my time, but really these are moral
these are really existential issues, and I'm sorry that the political and moneyed class haven't grasped that yet.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletier. So we are currently at the end of the first round on public comment. I think this is a good time for us to, for the very well-watered commission to take a 5-minute recess. Okay? Thank you. There's a legal question that arose that we need the intervention of Corporation Counsel on, and we cannot continue the hearing until we get an answer from them. So we are waiting for an answer from our Corporation Counsel. Okay, thank you. We're going to start in 1 minute. We're going to start in 1 minute. I just want anyone who's out in the hallway to come back in. All right, we're going to go back in. I want to just thank everyone's patience, and I'm sorry that it took as long as it did. So the topic of discussion, I think like a lot of people are getting very concerned about our ability to hear all of the testimony as to particularly 1800 before the deadline on the 15th of December. We have a scheduled continued hearing on the 13th, which is already scheduled, but there is considerable concern that we're not going to be able to get all of the testimony, all of the rebuttal, all of the cross-examination. We have two parties in this, and most importantly, all of the public comment in time. And in addition to that, there are materials that are still coming in. Staff needs to review those. We're not going to have everything we need to make a reasoned, or we think, a fully informed decision on 1800. So here's what's going to happen. So we're going to go forward on the 1800 presentation by the applicant. Excuse me? 18. We're going to go ahead on the 1800 presentation. And then we're going to go to cross-examination. We're going to get as far as we can, so meaning the cross-examination by the interveners. Then the interveners would have the opportunity to make their presentation. What is going to happen once we are, we haven't set a time yet for ending tonight, and I won't give an hour just yet. I want to get through as much of this as we can, but we've been here since 6, so we just want to keep that in mind. At some point, we are gonna close tonight. Not close the hearing, but we're gonna continue. After the hearing, after we're done tonight, we will continue on Wednesday, which we're already previously scheduled, but only on 1700. What will happen on 1800 is the applicant will withdraw 1800. What does that mean? What they're going to do is they're going to withdraw, and then they are going to resubmit that application. What that does, and the important thing that does, is that allows us, the commission, the town, members of the public, to have adequate time to consider this fully, because we're up against a deadline, and that's no way to make a decision on as important as this. So the applicant would resubmit immediately. We could take up the consideration of putting it on for a new public for another public hearing immediately at our January meeting, which is at the first Monday or the second Monday in January. Oh, it's on a Wednesday. Okay, so it's on the first. It's okay. It's the 3rd. Okay. We would then set it down for a hearing, just 1800, and I believe that would be either the 28th or 29th or the 31st of January. Okay. So that would then reset all the clocks, and that would give everyone a proper amount of time to consider the 1800 parcel, which is the more complicated parcel of these two. We are substantially through 1700. And so we would like to complete 1700 by Wednesday, so that we can close the hearing on 1700 and vote on 1700. But we're very far away from getting everything we need on 1800 and being able to make a decision. So we're going to start immediately with the applicant's presentation on 1800. Please proceed. Guys, excuse me, guys. it is within the applicant's discretion to continue and to withdraw, right? And since they have not withdrawn, it is their right to present, as it is the intervening party's right to present. And unless and until a withdrawal has occurred, we are obligated to hear their testimony. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Matthew Bruton. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Connecticut from BL Companies. Our corporate headquarters is at 355 Research Parkway in Meriden, Connecticut. So what Sarah did is she skipped down through 1700 to get just to the beginning of the 1800 presentation. So I'll start here. So the map that you see up in front of you here is just kind of a quick reiteration of where we started on 1700 last time. This is the GIS map. Obviously 1700 is in yellow and the 1800 parcel is in blue. Just for orientation, as previous plans, Lawler at the top of the page, Asylum Ave at the bottom, Trout Brook splitting the parcels down the middle. Next slide, Sarah. Again, another just reminder, this is zoomed out, obviously, context of the neighborhood. Obviously, you can see the proposed site plan 1700 and 1800 here. St. Joseph's to the right, residential around, and the commercial shopping center of Bishop's Corner in the upper left. Next slide, Sarah. So this is, again, a reiteration, but I think it will give more context as we move through our presentation. So this is an aerial drone shot. The road that you see and Sarah can trace for you on the screen here, that is Asylum Avenue. Up and down. Yep, just to give you guys orientation. Trout Brook's in the foreground near the top of the page. So this is an aerial image, and then the red dashed lines that everybody sees on the screen are an approximation of where the wetlands sit here today, based on where the current status of the UConn campus is. So it's obviously you can see the campus buildings. Some of them aren't here anymore. Obviously they've been demolished. You can see the parking. You can see the trails. What's really I think critical from this photo, as you'll see further moving forward, is a lot of that green that you see, that manicured, fertilized lawn that UConn was maintaining, that's considered wetland, right? And you can see, Sarah, if you want to trace along that side there, this is wetland. So everything in that lower left-hand corner, even though it looks like green grass, like a residential home, that's actually wetland. And then obviously as you go up towards the center of the site, there's that little peanut shape. Those are the two ponds that were previously constructed by UConn that are now wetlands. And then as you move further, either up to the left or toward the right, you get into the wetlands of the site. And then obviously along Trout Brook, you get the Trout Brook River, which is associated with the wetland as well. Next slide, Sarah. Okay, so this is the same drone shot. The red still represents the existing wetlands, but the pink purple line we have here, we're calling the envelope of development. So this is where we're proposing, and you'll see further as we get into other slides, where we're proposing to develop in relation to the wetlands, relation to, more importantly, the existing campus, the spread of the campus that's been there for the past 40, 50 years. And as you'll see kind of further into here, we try to respect the limits of the existing development. Obviously, I'll point out in some cases here where we diverge from that for reasons, but we tried to really respect the edge of existing development, especially in relation to where the wetlands are. So this map here is an overlay. So the red outline is the current development of UConn's campus. So that includes their buildings, parking lots, sidewalks as shown before. And the blue is what we show as our current proposal in front of this commission. So Sarah, I'll just start towards the bottom. So Asylum Ave at the bottom. Obviously, you can see we're expanding some of the development in this area. This is mainly townhomes being developed along Asylum Ave. If you go to the top, Sarah, as well, top left corner, there's also some townhome developments along Lawler, which diverge from the current envelope of development. And then there's pockets on either the left and right side closest to Trout Brook and closest to the residential development where we diverge from the edge of development as well. But by and large, we're trying to stick to where UConn has been developed. I've heard from a lot of you tonight that you walk this land, so you have a good sense of where things are and what we're proposing to replace it in its place. As always, the green on this map is wetlands. Sarah, I think you can move to the next one. Okay, so this map here shows the wetlands and the upland review area and our direct wetland impacts. So everything you see in green here on your map is wetlands. Everything you see in blue here is the upland review area. Anything in white is neither of those things, just land. So the impacts we're proposing on this side, and you'll hear more of this more in detail from our wetland scientists, a little over 5,000 in temporary, a little over 2,500 in permanent. And I'm going to walk you through where these are because they're actually labeled in pink. And I hope you can see them, but I'll have Sarah try to zoom in and highlight them as we go along. So Sarah, I'll have you start in the lower left-hand corner. So there's where Sarah's tapping now. This is a little wetland impact in this area for the new proposed driveway and sidewalk expansion for the entrance that would be off Asylum Avenue. Sarah, if you want to go to the corner of Trout Brook and Asylum. So in this area here, you see some pink. This is where we're proposing the extension of the Trout Brook Trail onto private property, and also a walk that would go into the property. So good connectivity. Sarah, if you want to go diagonally, go down to the other one, lower left, there. There's another impact right there. That's a walking trail connecting from the Trout Brook Trail deeper into the property. Sarah, if you want to move up, there's a cluster of a couple around these ponds. Two of them are related to replacement of existing stormwater management outfall pipes. So the current site, as everyone who's walked on here recently knows, there are catch basins, there are piping to catch water and direct it. A lot of that water is being directed to these ponds. So there is reasons for replacement of those pipes. So there are some direct wetland impacts for the stormwater management updates. In between the two ponds, if anyone's been there, there's a bridge. It's in rough shape. We're proposing to replace it. So there's some impacts for the bridge replacements. Sarah, if you move to your right, there is some grading there related to a stormwater outfall. That is an impact. If you go straight up, Sarah, there's another impact for wetland creation associated with some grading adjacent to the grocer parking lot. And then the last incursion is to the far left. This was mentioned at the last hearing. This was the stagnant water and cattails that was pushed up against the building that was previously demolished. And I think you saw some pictures of that. You'll see some later again today. So that's the only wetland, direct wetland impact that's related to, I would say, pure development parking building. Everything else is related to sidewalks, connectivity, or stormwater management improvements. And I just want everyone to take away from this, of all the green and blue of regulated area that is on this parcel, we're talking upwards of 30 acres, we have 2,500 of direct wetland permanent impacts related to, I think, some of the good causes that you'll see further into presentation. But Sarah, you want to go to the next slide? So this is a proposed site plan. I'll just point out some features of this before kind of getting into some of the grading and drainage things. So obviously I'm just going to focus on the left-hand side, which is 1,800. Same orientation. So we have two proposed driveways on this, and Sarah can highlight them. We have one on Asylum, it's more of a secondary access where her hand is now. And then we have the more main entrance that is separated between 1,800 and 1,700 on Trout Brook. The townhomes on Asylum and on Lawler do have individual and combined driveways depending on the unit orientation. So they have direct access to Asylum Ave and also to Lawler Ave. So going around, Sarah, I guess from the top building's obviously a proposed grocer. The angled building to the left of that is a mixed-use commercial residential building. The same thing with the building to its lower left and lower right there. And then the buildings adjacent to the pond are proposed to be a restaurant and spa. And the final building proposed would be assisted living. So the wetland ponds that you see on here are obviously a focal point of the site. As we mentioned in the last presentation, obviously we think that they were created along with the Yukon development. They are classified as wetlands now. Our goal is obviously to be able to utilize those and continue to have them as a recreational and aesthetic feel of the development, along with protecting them as the wetlands that they're classified now. You'll hear later after me from my colleague about some of the environmental concerns related to those ponds and Yukon's prior use on site. Sidewalk-wise, I've touched upon, obviously, some of the sidewalks and some of the impacts from the prior two slides, but I just want to walk through and show everyone what we're doing here. So along Asylum, we're proposing a public sidewalk along the whole length of our parcel for access into the site and obviously for people passing by. The Trout Brook, the actual Trout Brook Trail, that is a great necessity and key part of your town now, ends at this intersection. As Sarah traces up Trout Brook is on our property, and there's no way to extend the Trout Brook Trail between the edge of Trout Brook and our property line. So our developer and applicant here thinks it's a great amenity, and to continue it from the corner of Asylum to Lawler, it needs to come on our property. So we've accommodated for it to, and Sarah can trace it with her mouse, come into our property, avoid wetlands, as you can see, for the most of that length, and connect it to Lawler. Obviously, it can be extended further as part of a town project, but we didn't want to be the one to break that link, so we're proposing to extend it here. We also show sidewalks along Lawler, and then obviously a plethora of connections, as you remember from Stan Tech's vision slides from 1700 about connectivity with the neighborhood and between the two parcels. So there's a lot of connectivity from all of these abutting streets to draw into the parcel for residents, neighbors, and obviously shoppers. Sarah, to the next slide. Okay, so grading, drainage, and FEMA. So obviously, if everyone has been to the site, for the most part, it is relatively flat. There is some, it does climb up in the upper left-hand corner, which Sarah can circle, but in general, it's a pretty flat site. There is an existing stormwater management system there, but it's really just for conveyance. There's no treatment or much in the way of detention happening on besides the two existing ponds that are there. So the majority of the system is catch basins and pipes that just collect the water and just let it fly. All the water in general goes from the left-hand side to the right-hand side and gets captured in Trout Brook. So for the proposed development, obviously, we just can't let that stay as it is. We're obligated to the 2004 Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual, 2002 Erosion Sedimentation Control Guidelines, and town regulations. And the goal of all those regulations is for water quality improvements. So in this case, it's 80% TSS removal. So that's the grit, grime, sand you guys would recognize on any commercial parking lot or driveway that gets picked up from vehicles. We want to also do pre versus post mitigation. So the amount of flow off the property needs to remain the same. So we have a system in place to do that. And then we also want to maintain existing drainage patterns. So we want water that's currently going to wetlands and sustaining those wetlands to continue to go that way. So we've obviously worked closely with town staff, and we're continuing to do so on maintaining drainage patterns to make sure the wetlands that we have on site can be maintained, and the ones that we're proposing to create and enhance also have the same water flow as well. So on this site, for these stormwater quality improvements, we obviously have a series of catch basins with deep sumps and hoods. We have hydrodynamic separators. We have underground detention systems. We have above ground detention systems. We're reusing pipes where we can to avoid drought-like impacts. We're improving some areas where pipes are broken or in disrepair, all with the goal of improving the quality of the discharge off the property. FEMA and flood, obviously this is very similar to the 1700 side. On this side, obviously we're not dealing with St. Joseph's Brook, we're dealing strictly with Trout Brook. So your town regulations require a no rise certification. And that's the goal of obviously that is to maintain floodplain capacity, provide compensatory storage in the same hydraulic reach, and be analyzed up to the 100-year flood elevation, and have an unrestricted hydraulic connection. So BL did provide that no-rise certification. That's a HEC-RAS analysis done by our engineers and being reviewed by town engineers now. And what that really means when we stamp it saying no-rise certification is that there's going to be no upstream or downstream impact as a result of this development, and that's being verified by the town now. Something else to point out related to stormwater flooding and drainage, as I've heard a lot of comments from the town, and we've been aware of it since we've started this project, is Trout Brook, and Sarah can trace it here if she can, does fall on our property. And currently as it exists, the Yukon walking path from across Trout Brook from 1700 to 1800, there's a footpath there that leads almost directly to the bridge in the pond. There's an existing culvert under that sidewalk now, and Sarah can highlight it approximately where it is on this site plan. So that's on our property. The town is in the process of evaluating replacing that culvert and others in the area, and we've been assisting and coordinating with that effort for a separate project, like I said, led by the town. So that is something separate that's being undertaken. Our development is assuming that none of that work gets done, just to be conservative. Okay, I'm going to pass you off to my colleague to talk about some of the environmental aspects, and I will be back.
Hello, good evening. My name is Christy Quagaroli. I am an environmental scientist at BL Companies and a licensed environmental professional in the state of Connecticut. And I'm kind of blind, so I have my slides here, so sorry about that. Tonight I'm presenting on what I feel is a very positive aspect of this proposed development, both for the environment and for everyone in the community. As an environmental scientist, I have always cared about the environment and the condition of it, and habitats for native wildlife. And I know many of you look at this property and they see open green space, you see wetlands, you see beautiful ponds. But what you don't see is just below the surface. The ponds and the wetlands in several areas are actually contaminated, and those contaminants are something that you can't see. The contamination that's been in those wetlands areas has probably been there for decades. And it relates to building materials that were used on the property when they first developed the first 3 buildings in the 1960s. Just a quick introduction on polychlorinated biphenyls, which are PCBs. I'm sure many people have heard about them. Prior to the 1980s, PCBs were frequently used and commonly used in building materials. They were used to improve the flexibility, adhesion, and durability of those materials, and they were used in a wide variety of things, like paints and sealants, coatings, varnishes, just a whole bunch of things. PCB manufacture was banned in 1979 by the EPA because they determined that these PCBs had a negative impact on the environment. So the first 3 buildings that were constructed on the site, like I said, were built in the 1960s. So PCBs are a concern and are a known issue on this property for those 3 buildings. The maintenance building and the IT building, which are on the site as well, they were built in the 1990s and 2000s. So PCBs are not considered an issue for those buildings. PCBs and building materials can impact the surrounding environment. Those materials are broken down, they degrade over time when they are impacted by precipitation. They are also transported by stormwater once they are released to surrounding soils and hardscapes around buildings, and that is what happened on this site. Can you turn the page? So around immediately in the vicinity of the original 3 buildings, which are the library, the social work building, the library building, the undergraduate building, and the social work building, PCBs were identified in surrounding soils and hardscapes immediately in the vicinity of those buildings. And if you go to the next slide, I can sort of show you how this happened. In green are the stormwater piping that come around the 3 buildings, which are identified in green. The little red triangles are stormwater catch basins or piping that had sediment in it, and it was tested and found to contain PCBs. Those PCBs then ran with gravity down piping for the stormwater system and actually into the northern pond, the southern pond, and a drainage swale down at the bottom, if you go down there. So the EPA and the DEP requested that additional assessment would be completed to identify how the PCBs have actually impacted these wetland areas. And BL Companies was hired in 2023 to complete an investigation of these ponds. What we did was we went out with a boat, we went out with waders, and we went out with specialized sampling equipment to collect samples from basically the surface of the sediments down to 2 feet below grade and try to characterize what the concentrations looked like in those areas. Can you go to the next slide? So these are our sampling locations. All 3 areas are identified up here. We completed our sampling roughly in a grid pattern to get the best possible idea of what was going on out here. And what we found was that we had contamination in those sediments at concentrations above 0.2 parts per million. And that standard was given to us by the DEP. That standard is assumed to be protective of the aquatic life in these ponds. So these sediments have exceeded the standards in several areas. Let's see. We collected a total of 72 samples from 36 locations. While we have this largely delineated and have a great idea of what's going on in these areas as far as PCBs, we do need to do some additional assessment, basically to find out how deep they go and just define it a little tighter in some areas. But we do know that these PCBs in sediment are going to need to be remediated. Can you go to the next slide? Sorry. So actions to remediate the PCBs that we've identified in sediment are going to be extensive. And until now, nobody has stepped up to clean this stuff up. It's probably been there, it started happening in the 60s. So the developer is committed to coming in and cleaning this up. And it's going to be expensive, and it's going to impact these wetland areas. The actions that we believe are going to be needed are going to be possible drainage of the ponds. We're going to need to dig the sediment out, and we're going to need to get rid of that sediment off-site. One of the issues right now is that the soil contamination due to the construction materials is still on the site. So as time passes, that contamination is continuing to go into the stormwater system and continuing to go into those ponds and the drainage swale. So until somebody actually steps up to clean it up, it's just going to continue to get worse. And that is all I have.
Sarah, can you go back to that slide one more time? So just one more comment from me before we'll pass on to our landscape architect. So if the commission and the public realize, obviously, the maps that we showed earlier do not show any direct wetland impacts in the ponds currently. We just showed 2 impacts, or 3, from the stormwater outlets and the replacement of the bridge. On staff recommendation, we know that you guys are generally aware of things that were possibly going on related to environmental contamination. We are not showing us to remediate those as part of this application until we have more concrete direction from CT Deep on how to proceed. So we do fully expect to come back here for a separate application related to the remediation portion of the ponds, but we didn't want to ignore it completely as part of this discussion of the redevelopment. So at the moment, we're just talking about our 2 stormwater and bridge impacts to the ponds. Remediation will come as more information is gathered from Deep and our investigations.
Thank you, Matt. For the record, Dominic Saltruda, Landscape Architect, BL Companies, 100 Constitution Plaza, Hartford. First slide you guys see is one that we talked about incorporating, and it shows the tree removals for 1,800. It shows 1,700 as well. It should be noted that we're removing 224 trees from the site as part of the proposed development. One item that should be noticed there are 10 existing or readily poor condition trees. We're not removing all of them. We're actually retaining a couple of those. They can be used for wetland purposes and for wildlife purposes, as well as either perches or snags. The other item of note is in the wetland itself, we're removing no trees in the wetland proper. The upland remediation area, or upland review area, I apologize, is where we're concentrating some of that effort. The biggest number you want to pay attention to, and we'll talk about that a little later when I get into the numbers. So in terms of how we're evaluating, there was some discussion on the trees earlier, the different tree species and such. We're moving through it, obviously, do the development as surgically as we can. It is vegetated in certain areas, but we're trying to move through the site and then also introduce new trees. So you can go to the next slide so we can talk about that. So in terms of the new trees that we're going to be introducing, we're trying to bring in some of the same species that are there, newer cultivars, but natives and native-friendly trees. What you would want to see on the site in terms of maples, obviously, bringing in a couple of different oak species to the site, the slow growers, but we're also looking to bring in Nyssa, Tupelo, poplar, and then bring some American elms in. There are a couple on site as well. We're looking at some of the evergreen trees. Obviously, introduction of white fir would be key to some of the buffer areas. And then we are bringing some flowering trees. Shrub-like, we're trying to play off the overall plan that was discussed during 1700. So we'll implement some of this into the site in terms of promoting either aesthetically pleasing formats, but also trying to balance that with natives and native-friendly landscaping. Next slide. So we'll get into those numbers that we talked about. That was some of the item areas. You can see this is by the numbers. It's a little confusing, but I'm going to give a high level, which I've already discussed. In terms of the big numbers you want to look at, it's a removal of 224 trees, but it's a net gain of 460 trees. That's the crux of the situation there, trying to limit the amount that we're touching within the wetland itself, some of those upland review areas, but you are gaining by the end of the day, doubling the amount of trees on site for the long-term viability of the site moving forward. And they're actually provided in a much more managed area, and we'll discuss that with the wetland plantings moving forward. With that, I will turn that over to the man of the hour, the wetland specialist.
Good evening. My name is Dean Gustafson. I am a senior wetland scientist, professional soil scientist with All Points Technology Corporation, 567 Vauxhall Road, Waterford, Connecticut. So the first slide here kind of shows the existing conditions of the wetland features on 1800 Asylum, and we'll go through these briefly, but just as an overview, there are a total of 6 wetland areas, including Trout Brook, present on the 1800 Asylum parcel. And those consist primarily of maintained lawn wetlands, developed wetland areas, and also maintained upland review areas. And the existing development, as you've heard from Matt earlier, by and large sticks to the existing developed limits of the property associated with the Yukon campus, former Yukon campus facility. And so we've done a good job of trying to limit intrusions into kind of the undeveloped upland review areas, and particularly any of the mature vegetated upland review areas have been largely avoided. The areas that we are working on within the upland review area are primarily maintained lawn and landscaped areas. So in this slide, the photographs shown top left show the wetland 4 area, which consists of a dug drainage ditch feature that leads from the outfall from the pond features, which we identify as wetland 3. That flows through a fairly narrow shrub sapling area and eventually drains down to the southeast to converge with the east branch of the Trout Brook. The photograph in the bottom left shows kind of the typical characteristics of Wetland 5, which is a small isolated wetland area, kind of the northeastern portion of 1800 Asylum, surrounded by maintained lawn. And actually, the wetland feature itself is maintained lawn. Next slide, please. The top left is looking along Asylum. This is the southern portion of Wetland 1. Wetland 1 encompasses pretty much the entire western side of the subject parcel, reaching close to Lawler, but drains all the way down to Asylum. It shows that photograph there in the top left shows kind of the extension of a small portion of Wetland 1 that extends easterly, kind of paralleling Asylum Avenue. The top right photograph shows Wetland 1, that's the north end, looking from an existing parking lot area. And you can see the general characteristics of Wetland 1 are primarily maintained lawn. There are some scattered trees and shrubs contained within that wetland feature, but by and large, it's a maintained lawn and developed wetland. Bottom left is another view of the southern reach of Wetland 1 looking towards Asylum. And there again, you can see that it's maintained lawn habitat. And then bottom right shows Wetland 1A. This is a recently formed man-made wetland feature. It's contained by an old building foundation and a paved pathway. It's just an area that has poor drainage. When they completed the demo activity and some of that work in there exacerbated that poor drainage situation. And you can see the cattails growing within that feature. It has some recently formed wetland soils. It's pretty young as far as the characteristics go, but it did satisfy the definition of wetland. But it has really no function or value. It's a fairly small feature, totally isolated. It's entirely surrounded by existing infrastructure development.
I know that's labeled as 1700, but this is 1800, correct? Just checking.
That is correct.
All right.
Yeah, this slide should have been labeled 1800.
I didn't want anybody to be confused by
Yep,
that.
no,
That's
thank you.
1800. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for pointing that out. Next slide, please. Here are some additional photographs showing some different views of some of the other wetland features located on site. The top right shows what we identify as Wetland 3. It's a dual pond system, kind of figure 8 feature. That photograph in the top right shows the southern pond, which is more of an open water area. You can see manicured lawn going right down to the banks of that feature. The one in the top left is what we identify as Wetland 2, that is located in the far northwest corner of the property. It's just north of the northern extent of Wetland 1. It's primarily maintained lawn, has a couple of trees growing in it, and it has similar hydraulic characteristics as Wetland 1, where there's on the western leading edge, there's seasonal seepage that feeds the hydrology as kind of the land drains from the west to the east in that part of the campus. In the bottom left photograph is the lower, or the more northern feature of Wetland 3, the dual pond system. It is has been both pond systems don't appear to have been maintained at all since their original construction back in the early 1960s. And the northern one has been choked with sediment, and it currently is dominated by the monoculture of narrowleaf cattail. And in the bottom right, this shows Wetland 4. This is kind of the most western extent of that wetland system. It actually extends, the limits extend to that wetland almost to the building that you see in the background. Or again, you can see it to an untrained eye, it doesn't look like a wetland system. It looks like just a manicured lawn. Next slide, please. So you've heard it earlier from Matt, some of the proposed impacts to the resource areas. And by and large, our impacts are isolated to existing either maintained lawn wetland areas or previously disturbed developed wetland areas. So for wetland 1, our impacts are associated with the sidewalk, primarily with the sidewalk along Asylum, and with the access road widening for the entrance to the facility. There is a small amount of wetland impacts proposed in that area. Those are isolated to existing developed wetland areas, maintained lawn. And then there is an outlet structure. Essentially, wetland 1 drains into an existing catch basin and then flows towards the pond system. So there's some rework for that existing inlet feature to maintain that hydraulic connection. Wetland 1A, just spoke about recently. That wetland will be entirely filled as part of the Building 5 parking. But considering its lack of function value and it's a relatively recently formed wetland system, we don't consider that a significant loss of wetland functional values. For wetland 3, there's a bridge replacement that will require some both temporary and permanent wetland impacts to construct new approaches and head walls or abutments for the new bridge structure. And then there's also 2 existing stormwater outfall structures, one to the southern pond, one to the northern pond, that are being reworked to accommodate the improved stormwater management system for this facility. For wetland 4, we have a couple of different wetland impacts. Most of them are associated with proposed trail systems. The largest one is associated with the extension of the Trout Brook Trail. That trail system requires a crossing of the intermittent watercourse feature that drains through wetland 4. So there'll be a large box culvert that'll be placed in there. It'll be embedded a foot below the existing stream bed. That stream bed material will be placed back into the bottom of that culvert and to maintain low velocity flows and also not only hydraulic connection of that system, but also to allow for unimpeded aquatic organism movement through that intermittent stream system. That's been designed in accordance with what's called Appendix G in the Army Corps permit, general permit. It was established through cooperation with Connecticut Deep, and it's more commonly known as Natural Stream Crossing Design Standards. So we're adhering to those design standards with this structure. The additional impact to wetland 4, the far western end, if you recall that photograph I had mentioned earlier, that's an area of maintained lawn that will be for the internal trail connection system and trail network for the facility will cross that at a relatively narrow part of wetland 4. And then finally, the far northern end, there is an outfall for stormwater discharge in that area. So in order to kind of continue and maintain those drainage patterns that feed the northern end of wetland 4 in this area, and to allow for a controlled release of stormwater that requires a little bit of grading work to make sure that there's conveyance through there and there's no erosive force to be considered or that would long-term affect that wetland system. And then finally, for wetland 5, we do have, which I'll discuss in a little bit, as part of our overall wetland mitigation plan, we do have a creation area, so we're proposing to expand wetland 5. And to accommodate that expansion requires some earthwork, some grading, and to tie into existing grades requires a little bit of grading. So that's considered a temporary impact only because that whole area will be restored and it will connect to a larger part of Wetland 5 with our mitigation plan. For our overall upland review area activities, as I had mentioned earlier, by and large, we're isolating our proposed development within the existing confines of the existing Yukon campus development. Matt had already noted some of the areas where we're deviating slightly. Within those areas, the general characteristics of the upland review area is that it's either maintained lawn or it's maintained landscaping. None of this property, is essentially virgin land or unaltered habitat. It's been heavily impacted by more historically from agricultural activities, and then since the 1960s, development of the Yukon campus with their buildings, infrastructure, and then actually creating some wetland areas. In particular, the pond system was a purely created man-made feature. Moving on to the overall, you've already kind of seen this slide. In total, for the overall project, we're only looking at about 2,500 square feet, a little bit more than that, of permanent impact. And for such a large property, to keep the impacts that low is the team has done an incredible job of trying to further avoid and minimize impacts through some of the alternative design and iterative design process. Our temporary impacts are a little over 5,000 square feet. Those will be restored. And the details of that wetland restoration for those temporary impacts is noted in our overall wetland mitigation notations. Those will be restored to not just maintain lawn wetlands, but we'll actually be planting them with native species. A broader spectrum of native herbaceous and grass species, shrubs, and trees. So those areas aren't just going to get restored to a maintained lawn wetland. There'll be a natural wetland habitat when we're done with that restoration work. Next slide, please. So as part of our overall wetland mitigation for this project, we have a couple of different types of mitigation that we're proposing. We're proposing creation of new wetland areas, and that essentially directly mitigates for our direct wetland impacts. So we have a fairly broad area of new wetland areas that will provide new habitat. And we're also enhancing and restoring existing wetland habitats. As I mentioned several times now, these maintained lawn wetlands, because they have little diversity from an overall species, but also structure, they're essentially just maintained lawn. There isn't a structure with respect to the herbaceous layer, the shrub layer, and the tree layer. We are providing those elements into these restored and enhanced wetland areas. In addition, particularly along the Trout Brook riparian corridor, and also along the the intermittent stream outfall from Wetland 3, there's narrow vegetated areas that border those features. They are relatively young habitats, dominated by scrub-shrub habitat. There are some young saplings, but the understory of the scrub-shrub layer or the shrub layer is dominated by invasive species. As part of the enhancement of those areas, we'll be removing those invasive plants and replacing them with natives that have much higher wildlife utilization. Next slide, please. So for the total creation area, we're looking at a couple of different areas across the site to expand wetland habitat in areas that are currently non-wetland. We have about 2,500 square feet of permanent impact. We're creating 11,500 square feet of new wetland habitat to directly mitigate for the project impacts. So one of the largest areas is we are connecting wetlands 1 and 2 with a large wetland creation area. That'll provide continuity of that wetland habitat all along the western side of the property. The area does have, with lowering the grade slightly, it does have suitable hydrology to support wetland habitat, and that area will be planted with a variety of wetland herbs, grasses, shrubs, and trees. And that will dovetail into kind of the wetland enhancements that'll occur within the adjacent wetland features 1 and 2 along the western side. This just shows a kind of general palette of some of the native species that'll be used with those plantings. We'll be using a lot of the plants that you would normally find in a wetland in West Hartford, that's formed in these glacial lake bed deposits, these silt and clay deposits. You have red maple, tupelo, pin oak, and then silky dogwood, sweet pepper bush, arrowwood, a wide variety and diversity of wetland plants. This will significantly enhance the functional value of these wetland areas, providing various wildlife habitats for a wide variety of wildlife. In particular, bird species would utilize these areas for cover, for food, for nesting habitat. Next slide, please. So these, as I've kind of already noted, we're also providing some enhancements, some significant enhancements of existing wetland areas, converting them from, maintained lawn to more naturalistic wetland environments. We're looking at over 61,000 square feet of enhancing wetland areas across the site, essentially touching all of the main and large wetland features that exist on the property today. This will go to a large part to restoring these wetlands to what was really, pre-colonial times. Since colonial times, this property has been in agricultural use. The land was cleared and stripped and graded. It was drained. This will convert some of this wetland habitat back to some of those pre-colonial times by introducing a wide variety of native tree shrubs and herbaceous material. So I'd already touched on this. The riparian enhancements are primarily located along Trout Brook, and then the stream feature that drains from the ponds. We'll be removing the invasive species. Primarily the shrubs or invasive shrubs are dominating the understory within these areas. And we'll be replacing them with a wide variety of native trees and shrubs that will significantly enhance both water quality functions as well as wildlife habitat functions, as well as aesthetic values. So this just kind of shows an overview, taking through all the three major characterizations of the wetland mitigation areas being proposed. When you look at the small area of permanent impact, and you look at the mitigation ratio, we're looking at 4.5 to 1 for just creation. When you start to take into account the large areas of restoration, wetland restoration and enhancement, that impact ratio becomes fairly significant at about 144 to 1. So we're looking at a very large, comprehensive, and extensive wetland mitigation plan that'll offset both the project's permanent wetland impacts and also activities within the upland review area, and providing some significant habitat value and improved wetland functions and values for this wetland system that'll be a big value to not only property but the surrounding portions of the town and also within the Trout Brook riparian corridor, both on and off this site. We have gone through a wide variety of various alternative site plans to look at areas where we can further avoid or minimize wetland impacts. I'll just kind of quickly go through these slides. We do have a summary slide at the end, that'll be more impactful and more meaningful to the commission, I think. So we've looked at a wide variety of different types of developments for this property and expansive areas of where originally the developer was, interested in creating a larger building program. Through our iterative design process and particularly working closely with staff, we've gone through and significantly reduced the footprint of the development, minimized and avoided significant wetland impacts, and through that process, we've gotten to our preferred alternative. So, next slide, please. So I'll just kind of quickly go through these slides. These essentially show a progression of the development footprint overall shrinking and reducing wetland impacts. And some of those last couple of slides were actually plans that we had submitted to the town staff as part of our initial review process. And those have resulted in that, informative discussion has resulted in further reduction of wetland impacts. So if you look from the very start to where we are, where the preferred alternative, we've reduced our impacts by over 80%. Which is a fairly significant reduction in impacts to wetland resources on this property. And we've tried to, like I said, keep our footprint to the existing developed footprint. But we feel that this project shows that we've done and gone through an exhaustive alternatives analysis process and come up with what our preferred alternative is, which has a very relatively small area of wetland impact. And we're compensating that with a very large and expansive wetland mitigation program. I'll hand it back off to Matt. Thank you.
Again, Matt Bruton for the record. So I guess in the essence of time, members of the agency, we're going to cut our presentation at this point. Obviously, when we come back, we'll have more, but obviously we're running late and I know time's of the essence, so we'll stop at this point.
Thank you. So what we're going to do after this, we're going to take an actual 5-minute break. 5 minutes, just so everybody can go to the bathroom. And we're going to start with the intervener's cross-examination and then the intervener's presentation. As we've discussed from the beginning, the interveners have a right to cross-examine. Because their application was accepted by the commission as it was supposed to. So they will have the opportunity to cross-examine on these presentations, both 1700 and 1800, and also present on these. But we're going to take a very quick break and start up right after that. 5 minutes. I just made a small correction to what I said before we went out. The intervener will be doing cross-examination of the applicant, not a presentation. So take it away.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jessica Rubin. I'm one of the 3 interveners tonight, and I'll be asking questions on behalf of all 3 interveners, including Christine Feely.
Yes, and I'm Gary Schulman. So for the sake of time, if we can jump in. And so this question may be for, for the team. First question that we have pertains to the uplands review area. It stated protections and construction within them. So the other night it was stated that an upland review area is commonly but inappropriately referred to at times as a buffer, and that an upland review area is not a no-build area free of disturbance. Is that correct?
Dean Gustafson, yes, that's correct.
Okay. I guess I would say, but let's consider state and town regulations. Are you familiar with the state document, a review of the Department of Environmental Protection Guidelines, Upland Review Area Regulations, Connecticut's Inland Wetlands and Watercourses, originally dated 97?
Dean Gustafson, yes, I am familiar with that document.
Thank you. In that document on page 5, it states that in a number of municipal inland wetlands regulations, upland review areas are referred to as setbacks or buffers. Now, do you agree that much of this development, and again, I want to shift a little bit from the wetlands discussion that we just had to the upland regulated area. Do you agree that much of this development is a regulated activity under those guidelines?
So under the, Dean Gustafson, under the town's regulations, yes, there's significant areas of the proposed project located within the 150-foot upland review area.
Thank you. Yeah, in this, thank you. You were referencing the town document. In the state document, it also says, there's a model that specifically stipulates, regulated activity, meaning any operation within or use of a wetland or watercourse involving removal or deposition of material, any obstruction, construction, alteration, or pollution of such wetlands or watercourses. Thank you. Now, that document lists regulated activities and their potential impacts. For example, are you familiar, referencing the state document, the impacts of just paving?
Dean Gustafson, yes.
Yeah, so, just to explain, under examples of regulated activities in upland review areas and their potential wetland or watercourse impacts, the following impacts are listed, such as increased stormwater runoff, discharge, decreased groundwater recharge, reduced stream flow during dry seasons, non-point source of water pollution, including petroleum products from motor vehicles. And this question, I think, can be, for the team as well, for everyone. I have questions regarding the topographic elevation of the site. So are either of you aware of the town's drainage system evaluations for the Trout Brook watershed? It's not on.
Sorry, turn it off. Matt Bruton for the record. We are aware that the town is pursuing some drainage improvements in the area, in particular some of the culverts that are adjacent to these parcels, but we are not a part of that project team. It's just been more coordination efforts to date.
Okay, thank you. So there actually is there is a document. It's the Trout Brook watershed. Drainage system evaluations. Trout Brook watershed, town of West Hartford. So in that document, it demonstrates very clearly drainage for that leads to this site. So I can tell you, as I bike to work from our home down Asylum Avenue, past the site, up towards St. Joseph's, and then in reverse. That's a big hill. That's a big hill, and so this is a significant site because of the drainage. How does the proposal account for the importance of this? Of this lower area as a sponge absorbing excess water?
Matt Bruton again for the record. So on both parcels, and I'll just focus on 1800 for the moment, obviously there's town regulations related to stormwater management. The system's there is a system on site, but it doesn't really do much in the way of detention, which is really the bigger issue related to how much water is then leaving the site, continuing on to the streams, brooks, and neighborhoods. So as part of those regulations, we're required to analyze existing conditions versus proposed conditions. It's detailed in our stormwater management report, which is a hefty book that is shows our calculations and evaluating of existing conditions. So we're taking into account buildings, paving, parking, grass, woods, all those different materials that exist today. And when water hits it, we're evaluating it from anywhere from a 2-year storm, which we commonly see, to a 100-year event. And then we do the same thing in the proposed condition. We go, hey, we're increasing impervious, we're changing this from lawn to wetlands, vice versa. And we compare the two different conditions for the same storm amounts, 2-year to 100-year. And the goal is to have the same or less discharge off-site to compare them apples to apples, because the goal is not to drown out a wetland, dry out a wetland, or to have negative impacts downstream to abutters, topography-wise.
So that pertains somewhat to the no-rise certification?
Yeah, so what I just spoke about was dealing with pure rainfall that falls on your head if you were standing on this property. The no-rise is related to FEMA, which is part of the town regulation. That is related strictly to the brooks, right? So on this point, Trout Brook. So that is an analysis of the definition and the channels of that stream that cross through our property. They compare the same thing, existing channels and profiles versus what we're doing in our proposed grading and proposed things, and making sure, again, the same thing, in that the river level doesn't rise as a byproduct of our development. So they're both water related, but they're a little bit different.
But if we could stay with that general topic, what is the applicant's plan for potential extreme weather, including increased rainfall?
So we are required to analyze our systems up to the 100-year event. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but in general, say it's 7 to 8 inches in a 24-hour period. So that's what we're required to do. That's what we design our systems for. So that's kind of, I guess, one baseline. The other is we use the latest rainfall data, right? There was some comments earlier tonight related to changing of regulations. Those regulations are changing, but they're not actually referring to the rainfall amounts. We use NOAA Atlas 14, which is the latest and greatest rainfall data that accounts for global warming and other things. So that's the number we use for our models.
And I understand that there's a plan for the town to construct a culvert that pertains to this topic. Is there a backup plan in case that doesn't work?
So as part of our application, we're proposing to maintain the culverts as is. The town is pursuing other options for some more greater neighbor-wide improvements. You'd have to ask the town if there's other things that are not under control of our developer and applicant.
I understand. If I can switch to proximity of the construction, still in the same vein of looking at the uplands review area, shifting from just focusing on the wetlands to that uplands review area. Regarding the proximity of construction to the wetlands in that upland review area, on many site plans, and in general, buildings and parking areas are approximately 20 to 30 feet from the border of the wetlands. Like if you look at on 1800, one of the townhouses, the easternmost townhouse, and the parking lot that abuts it is about 20 to 30 feet from the delineated wetlands. Is that correct?
I'd say give or take, yeah.
Yeah. And does this mean that there's a likelihood that new and adjacent impervious areas will flow, therefore, into the wetlands if we have a 20 to 30 foot distance?
So for the majority of 1800, all of the proposed pavement areas for parking or drive aisles, loading areas, are curbed. So the goal of the curbing of these wetland areas is to capture and put them to our stormwater management system. So that's the catch basins with the deep sumps and hoods, hydrodynamic separators, either underground or above ground, and then that water, once it's cleaned, treated, and detained, would then be discharged into several different locations, some directly into ponds, some into, rehabilitated wetlands, others into existing pipes that discharge to Trout Brook. So on 1800, there's very little surface flow from parking directly to wetlands. It's all curbed and captured into our stormwater management system.
Unless there's overflow.
The system's designed for a 100-year event. So our subsurface systems are designed for up to a 100-year event.
Okay.
Okay. So I have a few questions for Mr. Altruda, please.
Seltruda.
Zeltruda, thank you.
You don't need to get it right. You grew up with a name like that, no one ever gets it right. Don't worry about it.
So I gather you're the tree person on the team, and if you could start by just explaining how trees help with stormwater management.
I mean, there's a couple of different ways. Again, Dominic Seltruda. There's a couple of different ways they can help with stormwater management. Obviously, their uplift system and the rooting systems can draw off a lot of water in those systems. Obviously, when we have them in the wetland area, we want them spaced out equidistant so that their rooting body systems can obviously grow and expand in a radial fashion. When you have that fibrous root system, there's other factors. Obviously, in the upland review area, you can get shaded instances. So if we do have some flow that comes down that water on your head, it can be cooled. Doesn't necessarily have to hit a hot surface. It can come in as warmed water when it's raining at different times of year. So there's a couple of different ways it can help that habitat.
Great, and so that's why you're proposing to replace trees that are taken down with new trees?
Couple times. Obviously, there's some that are in zones where we have to move them. There are some that are dying and decaying, and then there's some that are potentially in poor condition. We want to remove those. But then there's also some areas where we want to add more. You guys saw on the pictures extensive lawn areas. We want to make sure that we can kind of not reforest, but obviously recreate that wetland habitat.
Great. So if we could talk about that, I heard you say earlier that you're replacing, there'll be a net gain of over 200 trees. So one question is, are you replacing trees with trees, or are you replacing trees with trees and shrubs?
You're replacing the tree counts that we gave on those statements are trees with trees.
Okay.
And trees with shrub, obviously the shrub bed systems would be of different value.
And what size at chest height are the trees that are coming down?
We can discuss, coming down, they can vary anywhere between 12, 18, 24. Obviously the big one we're retaining some of those sizes. We would have to list out, obviously, they're all different varying sizes that are coming down.
And on average, I mean, if you were asked to take
all of those trees, was it 500? That's 346 on that side. In the upland review area, that's where we're focusing on. I would say, don't hold me to it. The average would probably be around that 16-inch caliper size.
Okay, and what's the size of the replacement trees at chest height diameter?
You want to talk to wetlands? We know chest height diameter. In wetland zones, we're usually using 6-foot whips?
Yeah, for Dean Gustafson, for the wetland mitigation areas, all the areas, enhancement, restoration, and creation, we're using high density, a relatively young stock. So they're generally in the 5 to 6 foot height.
So could you compare the diameter at chest height, not the height of the replacement trees, but the diameter at chest height replacement? I'm trying to understand the difference between the maturity measured by diameter at chest height of the replacement trees as opposed to the trees that are being taken down.
Yes, they're probably 2 to 3 inch caliper or slightly less.
Okay, and compared to
the, they're 16s, but we also have a lot of other trees going in. What we've shown you is the upland review areas, and then obviously some of the upland review areas are getting some of the other tree species, same species that we're using in the wetlands, but they will be going up to 4.5-inch caliper or 10 to 12 foot height, or 2.5 to 3-inch caliper trees, or like a 12 to 14 foot height.
So the benefits that you told me about trees, providing for stormwater management.
Correct.
would it be correct to say that the capacity of a tree to provide those benefits depends on its maturity and its size?
I think it'd be size and density. I mean, in terms of what you're putting back. But there's a lot of, one factor to look at is that one single factor, but you have to look at all the other mitigating factors, replacing lawn with understory shrubs, because they have uptake of water as well. And then obviously how we're handling the stormwater runoff is another big aspect.
I understand it's hard to predict the rate of growth of a tree, but if I could ask you to approximate the time until the substitute trees could look like the trees pictured on the plans? You know,
It's hard because you have so many different diverse species out there. Oaks are obviously slow growing, so it's going to take them longer. The maples would grow up a little bit faster, as well with the birch. Poplar's kind of an intermediary. Tupelo, a little on the slower side. So there's differences in how they will grow. I wouldn't want to like group them all in together, but you could be looking, if you're seeing something go in where you have a normal development of a 2.5 inch to 3 inch caliper tree, you could expect on a faster growing tree like a maple, you can get 1 foot to 1.5 feet per year of growth. You may be looking, on the early side for some of those trees, 20 years, and some of the other trees, the oaks, they take forever. There's a reason why they call it the 100-year oak or the 200-year oak. We can push into those, but the beauty of planting these is doing that density and also planting them at a size where they're not in a nursery as long, so we can get in there and make sure that they're going to get their feet wet and get established in those zones. So they are a long-term viability.
Yeah, I mean, the plans show very, very beautiful mature trees. The slides shown tonight, the same as the slides shown on the 29th, show very mature, beautiful trees. So I appreciate the difference in how they look. Can you approximate also the difference in function between the existing trees, the mature existing trees, and the replacement trees? How long until the new trees have root systems and function like the existing trees?
Do you want to talk? I want to touch on something too.
Yeah. So Dean Gustafson, so with respect to the mitigation areas that we're proposing, fairly high density plantings, the majority, although there are some select trees that are being removed within those zones, by and large, those areas don't have some of the mature trees that are being removed within the interior of the development. So the biggest benefit we see with those enhancement areas is that you're providing a much greater diversity of species and varying structures from what is now just maintained lawn predominantly within those mitigation areas to something that's much more diverse, that has greater structure from a vertical sense, from a habitat perspective, where you have not only herbaceous layer, but you also have a shrub layer and a tree layer with a greater diversity of species. So overall, that has various benefits and functions, but certainly water quality is a principal enhanced function that will happen with those mitigation areas.
Do dead trees provide wildlife habitat?
Yes, dead trees, which are commonly known as snags, do provide nesting habitat for cavity bird species predominantly, as well as small mammals, depending on the cavity size, the size of the snag.
Right. So one final question, I believe, for Mrs. Altara. How close to the wetlands borders are the trees? What are the trees that are slated for removal? How close do they get to the wetland border?
I'm trying to think in terms of zoom in on that one. I'm just trying to figure out the ones that are closer. I don't want to misspeak, so I want to make sure I get your answer correct, or the correct answer to you. In certain circumstances, I think most of them were just 1,800, right? I think the closer ones are on the backside over here, near the parking lot, right? Yeah. Yeah, so, and we're talking probably center of tree, from the center of a tree to the actual edge of the disturbance. This is upland review. This is well in here.
Yeah, everything's green as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say worst case scenario, and I think that's my closest spot. If we're talking upland review, I could be within 12 to 15 feet with that. Is there a wetland close tree that we're taking down? Not on this side. We're not removing any in the wetlands proper. So some of those review areas, like I said, it would be 12 or 15.
Great, so thank you, Mr. Salterra. I have a few questions for Mr. Gustafson, please. I'd like to talk about some substances, chemicals used on the property, and start by asking you whether you think salts, fertilizers, pesticides could damage plants.
So depending on the type of amendments that you'd mentioned and the concentrations, either they're going to have a beneficial effect, or if they're not following, manufacturer recommended application rates, then there is a potential for harm for plant species.
Same question, please, with respect to wildlife. Could salts, fertilizers, pesticides damage wildlife?
There is that potential. This property has been maintained as a campus for a long time, so there's, and you heard earlier of some of the environmental contamination on the property, so the same could be said true for the existing and previous land use on this property, that it has had a detrimental effect on wildlife, depending on what may have been applied in those areas. Particularly within the wetland areas, it's maintained lawn, so it wouldn't surprise me that they also applied fertilizer and maybe pesticides within the lawn system to kind of keep them manicured.
Are you or Ms. Quagliari aware of detrimental effects on wildlife on the property?
I'm firsthand. I have no firsthand knowledge of any of the past operations on the property directly affecting wildlife. But
So same question, if I may, with respect to infrastructure. Could salt, pesticides, fertilizers damage infrastructure? Drains, pipes?
yeah, that's outside my area of expertise. I think that's more, engineering.
You're talking about, salts, pesticides, fertilizers affecting actual hard structures like catch basins,
Yes,
pavements.
exactly.
And I've seen cases of high salt concentrations eroding concrete in certain situations like catch basins. So it's possible at the wrong application.
Wondering, and anyone could answer this, what restrictions, if any, the applicant is putting on the use of such chemicals in the area?
I don't know if we've explicitly discussed at this point, but obviously there's a little bit of practicality in terms of making sure a site is safe in terms of snow clearing and making sure there's no slips and falls and car accidents, things of that nature, as you guys use on your own homes and as the town uses on streets. But we'd obviously be looking to limit it to not affect wildlife or plant life or things of that nature, and using, as Dean mentioned before, manufacturer guidelines for application with whatever recommendations that commission may have in terms of.
Can I ask you to rewind a minute? You said making sure that none of the products are damaging to wildlife and plants. Is that something that the applicant is willing to commit to at this point?
I think something we can consider.
Okay. Back to Mr. Gustafson, if I may. I want to ask you a few questions about wildlife on the site. As I asked you last time about 1700, did you conduct a wildlife survey on 1800?
So we haven't performed a dedicated wildlife habitat study or wildlife species study. We've characterized the basic and upland and wetland habitats in the property, and intimated on what potential habitat that actually supports. But as far as an actual wildlife habitat study, no, it hasn't been performed on this property.
Can I ask why?
It's generally not done for a property of this nature. This is a developed site within an urbanized environment. These areas, generally support relatively habituated or species that are used to human activity. They're not providing any unique or rare wildlife habitat. The soils in the property are similar to the soils widespread throughout West Hartford. The hydrology within these wetland systems are fairly typical of wetlands within this region of West Hartford. The habitat that's being provided has been significantly altered and manicured with mowing, large expansive areas of mown lawn, infrastructure from the campus and the parking area on 1700, and also within the some of the woody vegetated areas, there is a pervasive of invasive species in the understory, and that's indicative of kind of a man-made or anthropogenic environment where there's been a lot of alteration historically and providing a foothold for invasive species. So, and those invasive species kind of suppress greater utilization of wildlife habitat. So for those various reasons, there wasn't a need to perform a wildlife habitat study. And as I had mentioned at the last hearing with respect to 1700, we did review the natural diversity database from Connecticut Deep Wildlife Division. There are no records of rare species within or proximate to this property. The nearest area is over 6/10 of a mile away. So in looking at the characteristics of the various habitats and the human altered landscape, none of the habitats on this property would, support any particular rare species. So we didn't feel it was necessary to perform a wildlife habitat study.
Yeah, it's interesting to categorize or describe the property as developed, because while it was developed, it's sort of reclaimed into open wild space over time. Curious.
I don't mean to interrupt,
That's
but
okay.
if I can just clarify that statement so in the town's wetland regulations, there's actually a category called developed wetlands. And there's a definition attached to it. These wetlands, the majority of these wetlands on this property have been characterized in the town's official wetland map as developed wetlands. So that's why I refer to it as a developed habitat, developed property, because even the wetlands are characterized as developed wetlands. So thank you for that clarification.
So the application says that there's no significant wildlife feature on the site. And I'm just wondering what you would have needed to see in order to conclude that there was a significant wildlife feature on the site.
So in this particular case, we'd be looking for something that has more naturalistic habitats. Like I had mentioned with my discussion on what we're proposing to kind of restore these wetland areas, there's essentially a lack of structure, vertical structure, or species diversity across this property. A lot of manicured lawn, a lot of manicured landscapes. There are some native species on the property, but the majority of the wetland habitats are common cool season grasses. We're going to be enhancing those with pollinator-friendly grass and meadow species to kind of revert that to more from what is currently kind of a somewhat sterile wetland environment to a more diverse wetland habitat that'll support a wide variety of wildlife species.
So we heard a little bit about the demolition, the remediation of PCBs, and the earthwork planned on the property. And I just want to ask you a little bit about mitigation of wildlife disturbance. Have you given thought to how to lessen the impact on wildlife during those phases of construction and demolition?
So I think you may be referencing in particular the ponds, the pond areas.
Ponds, wetlands, the entire site.
So with respect to wetland areas where there'll be any significant earthwork within the actual wetland, that's the only area that has a potential for future disturbance within the wetland habitat from a large scale perspective. Those man-made ponds, as you had heard earlier, our presentation, there's going to be a need for further investigation, but ultimately there's going to be a need for removal of some of those contaminated sediments.
Beyond the ponds, I would imagine that during demolition and construction, species will leave the site. Do you think they'll come back?
So that you raise a good point, and it's something that we note that during construction, with the noise, the increased level of human activity associated with that construction activity, some of that noise may drive certain sensitive species away. The majority of the site supports very common species that are used to human habitation. We've heard from testimony from neighbors that they've seen this wildlife, running through their yards as well, which is a fairly urbanized environment. There may be a temporary displacement of certain sensitive species during construction. Those will move into adjacent areas. Either, these species are right now moving through those neighborhoods now, and essentially migrating through the site into other habitats that surround the property, as well as kind of urbanized areas and backyards. Some of those species will get temporarily displaced during construction. By and large, though, once we're done with the project, in particular with the various enhanced habitats that we're providing in the wetland areas, we would expect to see all of those species and more species to be brought back into this property.
So a couple of questions on that. I would imagine the property is going to give off more light than it does right now, right?
So we're required to do a photometric plan, which is a light study, obviously. And I believe your town ordinance says no light spillage over the property line. So that's what we've accounted for in terms of the design, so that there's no nuisance off property to the streets or to the abutters.
I would imagine that with a restaurant, a grocery store, a destination spa, and multiple housing units, there'll be more noise pollution, light pollution, and human presence on the new the finished development than there is now. And I'm just wondering if you think species will return, and if so, how long that's going to take for species to acclimate to more noise, more light, more human presence.
So as I noted earlier, the majority of the wildlife in and around this property they're already habituated to human activity and high level of human activity between, access, the vehicles on the road systems, people in their backyards, etc. With the once the development is fully in place, yes, within the actual site proper, there'll be an increase in human activity than it does today. But historically, it doesn't change that condition from when UConn campus was in full swing. What will occur is that with within both the interior of the property, some of the larger naturalistic habitats, and also along the perimeter of the site where we have some large wetland restoration areas, those are going to be significant buffers, not only for the proposed development, but to the surrounding development that exists today. Those areas will become habitat areas for species. They will, with the improvements that we're providing, it's significantly increasing the amount of food source for these wildlife with flowering shrubs and plants, as well as fruiting shrubs and trees that will produce mast and seed source for a wide variety of wildlife. That'll definitely enhance the habitat from existing condition, and will promote those species to move into those areas and stay there, even though there's development in the surrounding area.
Okay, one more question. You said that they were used to that presence when UConn was in full swing. When was that? When was UConn in full swing last?
I don't know.
2016.
We're going to estimate 2016, 2017.
Thank you.
For Mr. Burton, regarding the impervious surfaces, I'm referencing a letter that was in response to town comments, a letter from B&L. In that letter, the town noted an increase in impervious area. It stated impervious areas proposed to increase regarding 1800 by 133%. Does that seem correct?
If you're reading from a letter from us, I'd say it's correct.
And that was comment from the town. And then, do you recall the response, from B&L about the increase in impervious area?
Forgive me, I don't. There's been a lot of
Yeah,
back and forth.
that's okay. It stated in areas of proposed redevelopment within the upland review area, again, I'm focusing on the upland review area, that include impervious surfaces that extend beyond the current impervious limits. Those areas by and large by and large maintain lawn that support limited function. So does that mean that lawn is the same as construction and asphalt in terms of uplands drainage?
It's not, but what the point of that response was that the select areas that were expanding beyond the current limits of the Yukon development, they weren't going into a high functioning, sensitive wetland area. They are obviously going into upland review area, but lawn, right? So pavement and lawn aren't comparable, but we're looking to minimize direct wetland impacts to some of the more sensitive functioning areas of the site.
Right, but focusing back from the wetlands, as I'm trying to do, into the upland review area, would impervious surfaces present more opportunities for runoff, especially, again, as you know, you were just discussing in heavy rains as comparison to the grass that's there now?
Yes, pavement produces more runoff, and that's why we've designed our stormwater management system to accommodate this increase in impervious.
Okay, all right. And you know, just continuing with that, there is a document, wetland assessment report, prepared by All Points Technology in cooperation with B&L, which stated, with the wide distribution of wetlands across the sites, extensive developable areas suitable for a large redevelopment such as Oakwood Park without any wetland resource impacts do not exist. Correct. And on page 18, in total, the project will result in plus or minus 20.97 acres of activities within the 150-foot wetland upland review area. I assume that's correct.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Correct.
And then on page 19, it states on 1800, the increase in impervious acreage from 3.38 to 8.39 acres, and therefore it stated there was an increase of 148.3%. That seems correct. And then, as has been referenced tonight, you know, Jesse referenced. There was a letter from SLR Corp. Dated December 5th, and they noted work in the upland review area, including the increase of impervious, surfaces again from 23 to 59%. And they also noted the important role of buffers to wetlands. So my question is, how can construction in the uplands be reduced? Or hypothetically, if the number and size of proposed buildings and parking lots are reduced by a certain percentage, would the percentage of pollutants be reduced accordingly?
Can you just read it back to me one more
Rephrase.
time?
So
No,
sorry.
you don't have to rephrase. Just hit it to me again. You got a couple.
How can, if the number and size of proposed buildings and parking lots are reduced by a certain percentage, would the percentage of pollutants be reduced accordingly?
So the area that creates pollutants, right, would be reduced, but the system that we have in place treats all the pavement areas and building areas that we've created.
Okay, I understand. Was it calculated how much of a reduction in size and scope would minimize impacts to the wetlands?
As Dean pointed out at the end of the presentation there, we started with quite a significantly different vision for the property, and that has been whittled down to what our proposed alternative is today. So yeah, there's been significant reduction along the way.
Was there a smaller scope considered and a comparison done between a smaller scope and what's on the screen?
We start big and we go low.
How low? And is it feasible to build smaller structures on this site and still have a good scope, good function?
Yeah, are you talking about scope and function of wetlands?
Impact on wetlands. Thank you, Attorney Pearson.
Yeah, obviously, you could go smaller.
Yep. And would smaller, therefore mitigate wildlife disturbance, less runoff and discharge?
I mean, I'll let Dean talk about habitat or the plants, but what we've proposed here, we believe balances the the development needs with protection of the wetlands. Obviously, we've shown some direct wetland impacts, but we think those are done with a measured purpose in terms of stormwater management upgrades and also recreational aspects and neighborhood connectivity. We've heard from a lot of neighbors that they like to walk on the site. We don't want you guys to trespass. We'd like to invite you into the site. So we've accommodated a lot of the connectivity for wetland that have resulted in direct wetland impacts. But as you heard from Dean, we're overwhelmingly created at very high ratios a better wetland system after we leave. So we believe that we've actually maximized our development while also maximizing the potential for this site in terms of wetland benefits.
Okay, but continuing with that again, would either fewer stories or fewer units, would it again have the same potential benefit of mitigating wildlife disturbance? Less runoff, less discharge.
Yeah, Dean Gustafson, that's really going to be dependent on how much you reduce the footprint of the development. And that may or may not have any significant effect on wildlife impacts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. That's all from us.
Thank you. Yep, you guys are good. So what we're going to do at this point, and I left this very important part out in my presentation, is that the commission now has the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. And with the understanding that there will be an impending withdrawal. However, I do want to poll the commissioners and see if you have any questions.
Chairman, shall we stay here, or do you want?
Yeah, you can go up to it is, I'll leave it to your discretion. This is
fine.
yeah, wherever you guys want to. If this, yeah, okay. As long as the microphones work, we're good. So, we have questions. Yes, Ms. Gillette.
When you were considering the wildlife impact,
Commissioner Gillette, could you turn on your microphone?
when you were considering the wildlife impacts, particularly on the 1700 section, how much did you take into account that along St. Joseph's Brook, it's a corridor that then expands into more wooded area that expands and contracts as it moves northwards, as opposed to just at the end of the line?
So we focus in on the actual subject property and what the project impacts might be with the proposed development. From a more general sense, we do look at how the habitats within the property, and we're talking about, with respect to wildlife, your assessment is somewhat narrow, and that has to have a physical effect on wetlands. So you're primarily looking at wetland-dependent species is what confines the scope of the agency with respect to wetland impacts. That being said, we do look at how the wetland habitats and any riparian corridors interrelate with adjacent habitats. And if there are impedances within that area that would minimize wildlife habitat movement, for example, roads, other development, within the southern reach of St. Joseph Brook on 1700, there is a couple of concrete weirs within that stream system. So that the infrastructure in that stream already precludes a lot of aquatic organism movement and fish movement up and down that stream system. So we do take into account we focus more on the actual on-site habitat, but also how it might relate to adjacent habitats.
Did you take into account from the ponds, which, as you say, are man-made, although there have been seasonal ponds all over that property before it was terraformed, and the corridor of the, you call it a drainage ditch, did you look at seeing in that corridor whether there was any, I'm thinking about travel, about animals moving through properties and the connectivity that is needed for those kinds of movements? Did you see any evidence of that?
So there is, within that particular stream system, and if you recall our first presentation where we looked at some of the historic aerial photographs, there was historically, prior to the 1940s or 50s, there was no defined, well-defined stream, channel, and bank within that wetland 4 system that drains from the pond systems, or what we're calling as wetland 3. Trout Brook used to travel through the site in an entirely different
Yes.
corridor.
Yes, and that was fairly well defined. That's why I'm confused by what you're saying.
Well,
There-
there was alteration through the agricultural use of the property and then through the development of the Yukon property. So that is that stream system that flows out of the ponds is fairly straight,
Right.
and the banks are pretty in
No,
size.
it's been channelized.
Yeah, it's not a natural stream system.
No.
But that being said, it has a fairly narrow border of mature woody vegetation. And by mature woody vegetation, I'm talking about shrubs. And for the most part, they're sapling-sized trees or young pole-sized trees. That cover does provide cover for wildlife movement, particularly within that narrow corridor, because those, the cover of the shrubs, cover of the trees provide protection from predators, etc. But that's fairly narrow in nature. We realize that that is probably a minor function of that narrow corridor. We're trying to enhance that through the enhancement of wetland 4 on both sides of that stream corridor. So when we're done with all the plantings, it'll look more like that very narrow corridor where you have a great diversity of trees and shrubs within that area. So that'll enhance any potential wildlife habitat utilization and movement within that existing corridor.
Have you given any thought, I know you've tried to stay out of the wetlands and doing anything, but have you given any thought to the idea of perhaps softening some of the channel sides, either there to repair? I mean, because it's about 2 feet wide and it goes down about 8 feet. But to integrate it more into the wetland? Did you look at or think about any of those enhancements as opposed to just don't touch?
I mean, it may have been contemplated for a moment, but by and large, we're trying to minimize the amount of wetland disturbance. And even if we're altering that stream corridor to try to create a more sinuous flow path for it, to provide some possible enhancements, that in itself would be a disturbance, a direct impact to wetland habitat, wetland areas. And so that work by itself would significantly increase the amount of direct wetland impact that we have for the proposed project. Our whole goal, and then working with staff, is to try to continue to minimize and avoid those type of disturbances. And considering the enhancements to the adjacent wetland area, I think that more than offsets the somewhat minor benefit you would get to provide a more sinuous flow path for that intermediate
I
stream
didn't really
corridor.
mean sinuous so much as I meant more integrated into the landscape so that wildlife could get down the banks to it.
Yeah, so
and back out.
I gotcha.
That's
Yeah, so
what
the
I'm-
existing structure of the banks.
Terracing, which would also hold more floodwater.
Yeah, the existing topography within that stream system and how it interrelates to the adjacent wetland areas, to someone who's trying to jump the stream across it, it may seem a little bit steep, but for wildlife species, they have no problem navigating that type of landscape. So, I wouldn't see that as a particular concern.
That's interesting. Can I ask about cut and fill? And this I think some others have some better questions based on this. The cut and fill charts that we've gotten, I think are really very interesting. There's one feature down along Asylum Avenue that Are you building a detention pond behind the townhouses?
Commissioner Gillette, we'll have Sarah bring it up on the plan here.
Is there two areas there on 1800 where it appears that that's what you're doing?
Move your mic a little bit closer, just so the public.
Sorry.
Make sure.
Yeah, Sarah's just going to move to the cut fill, probably in the plans. Yep. Oh, maybe we don't have it here. Yep, behind. So, Ms. Gillette, so the townhouses that are abut on Asylum, yep, I can see what you're getting there, versus the parking lot of the assisted living, there's a topography change between the two of those. We're not actually creating a detention pond there, but there is a slope between the assisted living parking lot and the backyards of those townhouses. So there is a swale in that direction to keep flows from coming towards the back of Asylum. Oh yeah, here we go. And Sarah has the topography. It's not as colored as you have it, but so there is a swale that comes in between. There is a detention basin towards the upper right there that Sarah is circling.
Yes.
So there are some stormwater improvements between those hardscapes.
So it is a detention.
There is one detention basin that Sarah can circle.
Right, there's one there, and there's another small one up to the northeast of the pond.
Yes. Yep.
And I'm, why is that one there?
So the goal, obviously, with stormwater management is to, kind of balance structural means and non-structural means. By structural means, I mean, the pipes and underground chamber systems. So we found some areas where we could incorporate logically above ground basins that would, allow water to flow and still be conveyed and cleaned, but also potentially allow groundwater recharge in some areas. So we try to incorporate them to not have what kind of more belt and suspenders system on the site. So in areas that we could, we incorporated some of those features that would help from a stormwater standpoint, also aesthetic standpoint.
I'm looking at the detention basin down behind the townhouses. And there is a swale that you have as fill at 93 feet and 94 feet, and then it goes down to 90 feet. And that is pretty much it's actually a little lower than the wetlands.
Yeah, so
how do you think that swale's gonna hold that up, or are you?
Yeah.
Because this is part of my problem with all of this, is you put a swale up and you drain it and it's fine. And then 20 years later, that swale has been eaten away because water flows where water flows, and now the lines have moved. And frankly, if you want to see that turn into wetlands back there, it's fine by me. I mean, I'm not arguing that. But it just seems to me, it's a little like the parking lot on Wetland 1. I mean, you talk about putting in buffer enhancements, which include, maybe it's 1.5 feet of iris or something along the edge. But you've built a wall from that water from Wetland 1 flowing down towards Trout Brook, which it used to do through the front. There's a reason why the law school building ended up sitting in the middle of Smush, because that's not how they built it.
Yeah, so great questions, Ms. Gillette. So townhouses first, then I'll move to the wetland side. So you're right, the parking lot of assisted living is elevated higher than the townhouses. We put a swale in to make sure that the townhouses don't have a water problem. And that swale from left to right, if I remember, is somewhere between 1% to 2%, right? So it's a gradual swale that should be maintained because it's it's right off the back steps of townhomes that are gonna want to maintain a lawn area from a recreation standpoint. I believe we are in the process of revising those to be a little bit higher than the 90 that they are now. So those will likely be in the 92, 93 range. But that's a current revision that we're working on based on some recent comments. In regards to your comment about the topography in the wetlands of us creating a wall, you're absolutely right. This wetland on the left-hand side of the page is unique. It flows from left to right. It's a pass-through wetland in terms of stormwater. Right now, with the demoed building, it hits that foundation in some places and it just sits there. But in reality, when this was a functioning and operating site, these wetlands drained to Yukon, were caught in the Yukon stormwater management system, and then piped out to the ponds or to Trout Brook. We're continuing that flow. We're not trying to back up any wetlands because that's not what's happening here now. It's flowing into the Yukon parking lot. We're continuing and capturing it and continuing that flow to other spots in the site where it eventually ends up.
I guess what I would just ask you is, does it really flow into the Yukon pipes, or does it, in its own way, flow down, and it is what creates Wetlands 4? The water that runs through Wetlands 4 in the stream is down in a drainage ditch. It is higher than the surrounding areas, not by an awful lot. It seems to me, if you look at the topography, Wetland 1 is what created Wetland 4. And if that's the case and you have built a wall, are you in effect starving off Wetland 4? Now, not overnight, it'll happen, but this is what, I grew up 2 streets over, and I remember this when it was a swamp. I remember it. I skated there. Okay? It was because it was very, very shallow. But it is, and I'm just, when you talk about the curbing is going to hold the rainwater from overflowing into the wetlands, it's also going to keep the water from the wetlands from moving across the property in the way that it wants to, but in the way that has created what is here now. You wouldn't need the ponds and the drainage ditch if you didn't have water that was flowing from west to east. You wouldn't need those features. They're drainage features because that is the way the water's going.
So wetland, if I can address, I guess, one of your comments with respect to...
I'm not a wetlands expert, and I'm very bad at playing one on TV, so please correct me.
So the morphology of Wetland 4, essentially how Wetland 4, why Wetland 4 exists to begin with, is related to all the other wetland systems on the site. And it's all based on how they're formed in the silt and clay glacial lacustrine deposits that blanket this entire property and this whole region of West Hartford. What happened has, potentially before Yukon's development, the wetlands were different. They're different shaped, they were more connected. It's
more seasonal.
Potentially more seasonal. The hydrology could have been a little bit different, but by and large, once Yukon's campus was developed, it separated Wetland 4 and 1. Now, Wetland 1, they did some grading within Wetland 1 to focus some of the flows moving west to east into 2 culvert systems that discharge to the pond systems in 2 different locations, and then also a little bit further down in that stream outlet from those ponds in what we're calling Wetland 4. So those discharges, add to and focus some of the seasonal runoff from Wetland 1, because we're talking about a shallow groundwater that's feeding these wetland systems, and a little bit of surface water runoff, during periods of when the soils are saturated. None of these wetlands, particularly these lawn wetlands, really have inundation. They just have shallow water, a couple inches during heavy precipitation event. That all gets focused into those existing drainage patterns. Those are being maintained with the upgraded stormwater management system. And by and large, we're maintaining drainage patterns overall from across the site to maintain those hydraulic inputs at those particular locations particularly in Wetland 3 and Wetland 4. to maintain the hydrology that they're used to receiving today, they'll receive tomorrow. So with respect to wetland 4, even though the existing development essentially forms, let's, in quotations, a wall along the eastern side of wetland 1, those are being the water is being transported through that infrastructure that exists today, and that will exist tomorrow with the proposed development. So there won't be any adverse effects to the hydrology of wetland 3 or wetland 4 with the proposed development.
Because it's better going through a pipe than it is going.
Well, it's going through a pipe today. And so tomorrow it'll go through another pipe, but it'll go through, right now, so from an overall stormwater management perspective and how it impacts wetlands, today there's zero controls over those discharges. So any of the contaminants or whatever that's running off the impervious surfaces, runs through pipe network and immediately gets discharged into these wetland systems. With the proposed improvements, which come up to today's code, you have a significant amount of renovation of that stormwater. And we're trying to do that both through hard structure as well as primary treatment methods. Like this, it's not, you call it a detention basin. It's really a biofiltration basin. It'll be planted. That one behind the townhomes, yes, that will be planted as, we'll use a wetland seed mix in the bottom of it because it will become a wetland. However, we're not counting that as mitigation, and actually you shouldn't count stormwater renovation as mitigation. Its primary function is to treat stormwater. You can't double count it as mitigation. Now it'll create some additional wetland habitat. It's adjacent to wetland 4, so there's some interconnection there. And you'll get some wildlife utilization in a planted pond with native species, but we don't count that as mitigation. And by, it's not in your regulations, but generally when you look at guidance documents from the state and the Army Corps of Engineers, they have pretty strong policies against double counting those type of features.
No, that's fine.
So hopefully that answers a little bit of your question about how the project's going to change the hydraulic dynamics and how wetland 4 actually functions.
Well, it's given me something to chew on. I don't want to take up everybody's time though.
Questions? Sure. Go ahead. Scott.
I guess Mr. Breton and Mr. Gustafson, I'll start with you guys since you're here. In SLR's report to the town, they asked, or they mentioned that there weren't a lot of low impact design standards used for stormwater management on this property. In particular, they called out how parking lots and impervious features covering the site were all curbed, and they talked about the use of buffers to help mitigate stormwater and using larger buffers and curbless sidewalks. I'm imagining that means things like rain gardens. I appreciate that may reduce the footprint of the overall development, but I was curious if in your pursuit of looking at alternatives, if you guys had considered the use of some of those low impact design standards.
Yep, Dean can add on, but great question, Mr. Kaplan. Yeah, so obviously it's always a consideration. Developers like doing those types of things because they're aesthetically pleasing and they're cheaper, right, than buying expensive precast structures and piping and all of those things. Unfortunately, with this site and 1700, and as you can tell from the amount of wetlands and the relatively flat topography, the soil conditions are just not favorable to rain gardens and those things. A lot of those rely heavily on infiltration for groundwater recharge, and the soils here are wetland soils. They're not great for any of that stuff. And being able to convey water from left to right like it has in the Yukon system that's up on the screen here, to convey that, to drop it down, to getting into sumps and getting into structural means of hydrodynamic separators, which are structural means of cleaning these water. There wasn't enough topography to chase a grade to then get it into a basin. So it was considered, but with existing topography and soil conditions, unfortunately, it was not much of a viable option. Although we did try to include some detention above grade basins that Dean mentioned to kind of have belt and suspenders, but it's not a main source of stormwater management on the site.
So is it that it's not a viable option because the rain garden is used on a portion of 1700 behind one of the buildings in the northeast corner of the property? So I guess what was different there that enabled that to be successful versus the remainder of the property?
Yeah, so they're actually all the same. So there's one behind 1700 and the two that were pointed out earlier. They're there, they exist, but there's outlet pipes set very low to the bottom, so water isn't going to be a stagnant mosquito breeding pool. So we have them there for in dry conditions seasonally. We will be able to provide some groundwater recharge and infiltration, but we're expecting most of the year that these are going to be collecting systems and then they'll discharge through pipes. So we wanted to incorporate them because it was, as you mentioned, a concern of yours and also with staff and SLR. So we did try to add it in there. It's just not something we want to rely on given what we think is going to be the conditions 3/4 of the year.
So sticking with the low impact design standards for a minute, most of the sidewalks and walkways, according to the plans anyway, seem to be either concrete or asphalt. Why, or if this was considered, why was it not used? I appreciate why you wouldn't use permeable pavers or something like that, something like True Grid, or that's just one brand name, but I know there are various options for parking lots, though we'd all love that, but I appreciate there's issues with plowing and maintenance. But for walkways, why weren't those things considered?
You're talking about along parking areas or some of the trails
Well,
and
in
sidewalks?
particular, in the trails in and around the wetlands, but yeah, I mean, other than the sidewalks sort of along roadways, there's a lot of walkways on the property. At least on the site plans, they're all detailed as being either concrete, stamped pavement, asphalt trail.
Yeah, so I guess
most of them are described in those ways.
So obviously you kind of hit the nail on the head with the pervious surfaces, right? There's nowhere for the water to go with the poor soil conditions. So we didn't want to create a situation where water can't drain, it's icing up and can't be maintained. It's going to be a detrimental impact to the development, put something brand new and it doesn't really last. In terms of obviously the sidewalks, we're really trying to promote the connectivity and walkability of the users, the residents, the neighbors to using the site. So we wanted a durable surface that could stand the test of time for what we hope is a very successful project here. I'd consider another product if you had something in mind that you would think. I know we have converted some sections to boardwalk to lessen impacts. That's something maybe we can go back and consider. We have reduced a significant amount of trails from our original thought process to dial back some of that, but it's kind of blending function versus soil conditions.
I appreciate the soil type is tight, but is it your contention that it's the same as a concrete sidewalk?
The groundwater in some cases is less than a foot below ground. So the rainfall won't infiltrate just like it would on a pavement slab.
So it's a grading issue.
It's a
topography issue.
It's an infiltration issue.
Okay. All right. I'll switch gears for the moment. I was also curious. The intervener brought up some questions about contaminants as a result of all of the increased impervious coverage on the site, and there was some references made to pollutants from all the parking and driveways and et cetera, and there was some discussion about the safety needed of using things like salts and et cetera on the new development. The Connecticut DEP is been doing a road salt usage study and is making recommendations to a lot of municipalities about their usage of road salts and stuff in particular. But that's sort of largely not discussed in the private sector. And I guess one question that I had relative to the stormwater management, I appreciate we can't really predict exactly how a future owner of this parcel may mitigate concerns over slips and falls with their usage of road salts, but there's a lot more parking and driveways and sidewalks on this property if this proposed development were to go into effect. You said earlier in your comments that there would be zero pollutants discharged from the stormwater management system to watercourses. Does that include salt?
So the stormwater management system that's on site now is basically catch basins and piping. Right? So there's no treatment whatsoever of anything that runs off from either the landscaped areas, so fertilizers and potentially pesticides.
I appreciate that, but there's also no really real parking lots to this extent.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, okay, agreed. So the system that we're proposing, right, is it's got a full treatment train, right? So we have catch basins with deep sumps and hoods. So that's the first line of defense when stormwater is captured. So the hood is helping trash any floatables from mitigating down through the system and eventually to Trout Brook. The sump in that catch basin also helps collect sediment. That's the first line. Then the next system within that treatment train is a hydrodynamic separator, which is helping us get to that 80% TSS removal, which is total suspended solids. And then there's obviously the detention system, and obviously, and then it would outlet. So that entire treatment train is getting us that 80% TSS, which is the 2004 Connecticut Stormwater Manual standard for clean water. You're having zero of that happen now. I know Yukon's vacant and nothing's happening, in the past couple of years, but it did. It's not happening anymore, and the new system that we're putting in, even though the parking lot is expanding, is designed to treat common things from a parking lot per the standards that are set out. So that treatment train does exist, and it doesn't exist now, even though the parking lot's getting bigger.
But salt's going to dissolve in water. It's not going to be a suspended solid.
Yeah, salt is not a component that's picked up in hydrodynamic separators. We can commit to maybe looking at alternatives to salt in terms of ice removal and snow removal, but obviously it's a part of having to keep a slips and falls and crashes minimized. I know of sites using sand instead of salt, but obviously that's something that has to be managed as well.
Okay. So given that we're agreeing then that there will be added salt usage that is probably going to be discharged to the surrounding area as a result of the development, I'm also curious from Mr. Gustafson's perspective, because increased salt usage, high salinity soils is not particularly good for lots of plants, if that's going to how that's going to impact some of the plantings that you guys are proposing to put in.
Yep. So, you raise a very good point with respect to salt usage, and it's a global issue, both figuratively and literally. I think we would certainly consider restricting chlorine-based salt usage on the property. That could go a long ways to mitigating some of those adverse effects, and that's been used on other developments across the state. But yeah, high salt usage and particularly accumulation could have a detrimental effect on vegetation and wildlife. So I think judicious use and then maybe restricting to non-chlorine based salts would help mitigate that.
I guess I'm just not sure if this panel representing the developer is able, I don't know the answer to this, but are you able to speak on behalf of current owners and future owners with respect to their salt usage? I don't know if you guys can make that commitment.
Push.
Attorney Pearson on behalf of the owner. That is not an unusual restriction or accommodation in terms of the type of thing that we can build into the construct of an approval to make sure that there are set-asides such as that. We wouldn't offer it. We'll come back to you with something. I've been making copious notes. We will come back to address that, and it'll be certainly something that we take up with our client and see if we can come up with a reasonable solution that might address the issue you raised.
Thank you. So I had another question for Mr. Bruton. You had said at one point that some of the stormwater systems on 1800 were going to be reused. But in Ms. Quagliaroli's presentation, she pointed out that there's PCBs in a large portion, if not all of those stormwater systems. She ran through some of those graphics relatively quickly, and we were not provided with those reports prior to this hearing. So we didn't have the opportunity to review that. But I guess when I look at the demo plans, it looks like all of the stormwater detention or stormwater management systems on 1800 are being removed. And so I guess I was curious which areas of the property you thought the stormwater systems were going to remain, and if you had accounted for where PCBs had been identified in that analysis, or since you guys were sort of punting on the remediation until later, if that was something that was going to be looked at, down the road.
Yeah, so I'll have Christy jump in, but just, so there's no stormwater system in terms of like a detention system, like a volume that's being held.
I'm talking catch basins and drains.
It's purely piping, right? And so the goal of maintaining the ones that we are maintaining is just to avoid direct wetland impacts. So a lot of those were going into Trout Brook on the upper side there of 1800, and then the two within the ponds. We are replacing some of those last segments because they're in poor condition, but I can have Christy speak to the PCB presence within the system as well.
Could we ask Ms. Pearson to turn off her microphone? Maybe it's the hour, but depending on the page.
Just a request from the public and a reminder, if you're not using your microphone, to turn it off. There could be some sound feedback in the back of the room. That's what I heard.
Got it. Yeah, it actually picks up on shuffling of papers and things very, very easily.
So to answer your question about the stormwater system, there was extensive sampling conducted in the catch basins, the drains, and all of the piping on the 1800 parcel, including the piping that is associated with the maintenance building and the IT building, where there are no PCB impacts from the building materials. The plan is to remove any impacted stormwater components, and we've identified where those are. So it is not, everything doesn't need to be removed, but we do know that most of the components associated with the three original buildings will need to be removed.
How many samples versus how much linear feet of pipe were collected during your investigation?
So we didn't do that investigation. That was done by Fuss and O'Neill and another consultant, MMI, in 2017, 2018. I can look at the locations and get back to you, but I'm not sure how many square feet are between the samples.
So BL didn't collect any additional samples in relative to the work that was historically done by Fuss and O'Neill and Eagle Environmental?
So BL has collected additional samples to delineate PCB impacts around the buildings. We've fully delineated those impacts. We were also requested specifically, the DEP and EPA requested that we specifically investigate the depositional areas within the ponds and the drainage swale. So no, the answer is no. We did not collect additional samples in the catch basins, the piping, or the drains. However, that is planned in the future, prior to, after the PCBs are removed from around the buildings, then we would do that additional testing.
Yeah, I appreciate the source of the contamination is still there, and that's problematic.
Correct.
Is there still Was there any testing conducted in Trout Brook where the drainage swale discharges into the brook? Or do you feel that based on the work that was historically completed and what VL's done, that the PCB extent and degree of the contamination has been defined?
Sarah, could you pull up the slide that has our sampling locations on it? So actually go to the previous one. So if you can see the red triangles near the buildings, that's where PCBs were identified in catch basin sediments and drains and piping. Those red triangles all represent stormwater system PCB identification. We sampled the ponds, obviously, and just at the outfall down at the drainage swale, we did sample further south. Can you go to the next slide? So we did sample further south beyond the outfall that goes into that drainage swale. One of the things that we need to do, because we did detect PCBs at concentrations above 0.2 parts per million in the furthest south sample. So we've already proposed additional work to go further south and would continue to go further south until we found the end of whatever impacts are there.
So I might need glasses by the end of this hearing.
Me
but,
too.
SWSED 36, is that the furthest south in the drainage swale?
That is.
So those samples at 0 to 1 and 1 to 2 feet in the sediment in the drainage swale there are above the standard that the DEP gave you? Is that Connecticut DEP gave you? That's correct?
That's correct.
So we don't actually know today if sediments in Trout Brook have been affected by the PCB contamination.
That is correct. We need to do additional work, and it is planned.
When is that work being planned to be conducted?
So ultimately, it depends on the weather. We're hoping to get out there soon, but we do need to use a boat and the safety of our folks with a frozen pond or, entering water that's that cold. We're really thinking about that. So ideally, it would happen in the next couple weeks, but realistically, it's probably going to happen when it warms up a little bit.
So realistically, we're probably not looking at having additional PCB data until spring?
Unless we can get it approved. I can't comment on whether the developer's going to approve it today, tomorrow, but if we can, we will get out there in the next couple of weeks. And our plan does include going much further south the next time that we go out there to try to have a better chance of figuring out how far this goes.
Can you comment on what other work is you've proposed to the developer for additional PCB sampling in addition to defining the southern extent of the PCBs in the drainage swale?
So anything that's over the 0.2 part per million, we know has to come out. It needs to be remediated and excavated out of there. So there are areas such as in the South Pond, sort of the central area, we know that we need to further delineate those sediments, specifically where the concentrations of PCBs were higher at 1 to 2 feet than they were at 0 to 1 feet. We need to further delineate that vertically. And then we do feel that we have a pretty good handle on the horizontal extent of these things, but we do want to sort of get a better feel for it. But specifically when we go out, we do plan on doing another, I believe, 36 locations in the North Pond, South Pond, and drainage swale.
Has groundwater or surface water been sampled at all?
We have not. Groundwater was historically sampled on the site for various reasons, but not specifically related to the PCBs in the ponds and wetlands.
How long ago was that historic sampling?
Phase 2 was completed in 2016.
Did they find any PCBs in groundwater at that time?
I don't believe they tested for PCBs. We do plan to do additional phase 2 work out here. One of the reasons that we haven't been able to is the locations that we would be targeting are actually really in the vicinity of these 3 original buildings. So there's PCBs at the surface, and there's PCBs on the surface materials. So our plan would be to remediate those surface impacts and then go out and drive a drill rig on the surface and not to transport the PCBs, that way.
So given the age of the clay piping, it sounds like the additional work that you're conducting is primarily in the ponds and the drainage swale. Given the age of the piping, do you perceive that there's a possibility that some of the PCB contamination could have leaked out at joints in that historic piping?
I think we're going to inspect the piping before it's removed, and additional sampling will be completed, like the sediments that are in the piping, etc. So I think when we inspect that piping, if we saw any sort of issues with it, we would certainly sample it.
So is there a sampling plan as part of the demolition of the existing stormwater piping, or how is that going to be conducted? I guess I'm not really clear because because the remediation work isn't part of this package. The phasing of the project isn't very clear, and so I'm not really sure. I appreciate you guys are going and getting additional samples in the ponds and in the drainage swale, but is additional sampling going to get conducted along those old stormwater lines before they get pulled out? After they get pulled out? How are we determining which segments of those lines get sampled if it's after? And how do we know if we haven't missed PCB contaminated soils that are getting moved around on the property if not done before?
So that's going to be something that is going to be done. We don't have a sampling plan per se yet, but before those pipes come out of the ground, the ground will be sampled and the pipes will be inspected to see if there's any issues with them. But there's no formal plan put together right now.
I guess I'll yield to whoever's.
Quick follow-up to that, though. I mean, I just want to clarify that in your presentation, you said that you would have to come back to us with a plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Whatever remediation plan that we do come up with is going to have to be approved by the DEP before we come to you. Ultimately, the DEP is driving this. They've taken ownership of it from the EPA, and we're working with them and reporting to them our findings, and we'll work with them to come up with a plan. So we are ultimately not going to determine the plan. We can suggest and create one, but it will be the DEP that decides.
And what would your plan be? Let's say this gets approved, and obviously there's many other levels of approval for it to get through. Let's say in some world it gets through all the levels of approval, but you're waiting for the DEP and EPA to tell you what you're able to do. What are you able to do before you get that approval on the site?
I'm not sure what the question means.
Meaning, so you have to come back to us for approval, right, for this remediation plan. Does that prevent you from doing any work on the rest of the site? Or does that just, what restriction does that put on you? So I can see what you've done here, which is to kind of cleverly not clever. I did not mean that to sound pejorative.
I'm not that clever.
Just you've sidestepped this question by saying, well, we're going to have to come back to you for for approval. I'd like to know what that means for your ability to develop the site, right? How does that impact your ability to develop the site if you have not, you have the answer to that?
No, okay.
Oh, yeah, ask a question. Sure, I hijacked your question.
So I guess maybe a fair question to put this to Mr. Bruton. If we are uncertain about what's being removed and how it's going to be removed, because there's a certain amount of remediation that needs to occur relative to the existing stormwater lines and what's going to occur into the pond, and if the demolition is one of the first phases of the project, how can this project move forward or can this project move forward at all before the remediation work is completed?
So I think we'll have to come back with some more defined plans for you guys, but I say in general, right, obviously we can't touch anything that we know is contaminated, and we don't know the extent of that contamination yet. So once we define the extent of the contamination, then we can actually put legitimate phasing plans in terms of allowing partial construction to possibly happen in other sections while remediation is taking place. But I think it's a TBD at this stage. Questions?
Do you have anything to add, Sam?
Yeah. Is this on?
Yes.
For the record, Sam Haydock from BL Companies at 355 Research Parkway in Meriden. I am also a licensed environmental professional. And I think it's important just to take a step back and look at the history of what's been done here with respect to contaminants. The project was originally assessed based on funding from DECD to evaluate whether contaminants were present in the buildings and or from other operations that were performed by UConn. And since that time, the presence of PCBs associated with the building materials was identified. And there has been extensive planning work done, testing and planning work done to ultimately comply with both the DEP and EPA regulations regarding PCBs in the building materials themselves, as well as in the soils and the sediment that have been impacted. The original planning was done by Eagle in conjunction with SLR, Milona McBroom. We have on staff a group of folks who have extensive experience dealing with hazardous building materials, and they have continued to work and to plan the abatement and remediation of the PCB impacted building materials, soil and hardscape in the upland section, and we're continuing to work with Eagle Environmental on that work. The remediation of the hardscape, the building materials, and the soils will be done in conformance with both the federal regulations under the Toxic Substance Control Act, or TSCA, and in addition will be done to meet the soil standards for human exposure of 1 part per million. That is the goal for the hardscapes, and the building materials will all be properly removed and disposed of. The soils and the mulch will all be properly removed of. That work is being done in accordance with the Federal 761, and I'll screw up the reference if I try to say it, but we're doing that work in accordance with the TSCA guidelines and performance standards, and all of the work that will be done in the upland area and around the buildings will comply with those standards, which includes the appropriate level of post-remediation or post-removal and remediation sampling to demonstrate that that standard of 1 part per million for human exposure has been met. So that will be done, and we have a performance-based plan that our staff is working on. I'm not sure if it's complete or if it's still in the works, but we will get back to you on that and can probably submit that plan for the record. With respect to the sediments, DEP has specifically expressed interest in the sediments. The original work that was done showed there was testing done around the perimeter of the ponds and did not show any detection of PCBs, but in their August 2021 memo, the DEP asked for additional testing of sediments in the pond because there were low concentrations of PCBs detected in the outfall, in the catch basins, and in the pipe itself. So that was the work that we undertook, the 36 testing locations, 72 samples, 36 from 0 to 1, 36 from 1 to 2. In all but one instance, the samples results were below the 1 part per million concentration for human exposure. There was maybe 1 or 2. There was another one at 0.99. But in most cases, the impacts were extremely low. And as Christie's indicated, we have a good handle on where they are located. After we did the sampling this July, we submitted our results and conferred with DEP on what the performance and cleanup standard should be for sediments, and they came back with the 0.2 part per million, which is 5 times lower than the human exposure, and that standard is designed to protect the organisms that live within this pond sediment themselves and those wildlife which may feed off those organisms. So we will do the additional delineation as Christy has described, and we will prepare a remedial action plan for the pond sediments. Claire Olison from my office is responsible for the performance plan and the cleanup plan for the upland soils. We will prepare the RAP for the pond sediments, which will be submitted to DEEP. DEEP has indicated that they will maintain supervision and oversight of that process. So while we have the experience and have done this before on our own, we are working with the agency. They ultimately will provide the approval for that. We would have preferred to have had the RAP complete at this point, but as some of you know, DEEP moves at a different pace than perhaps we would like to move this project along and be able to provide you guys with a final RAP. But that will be done, and the goal will be to make sure that all sediments that have been impacted will be removed to that standard of 0.2 part per million.
Gordon, you were.
Yeah. Are you all set? You go first.
No, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
You want a break? I'll give you a break.
All right.
Okay. So I'm going to leave PCBs alone. No. I'll try to leave PCBs alone for a moment, but it is a little curious that I don't think you can do anything. You don't have a demolition permit. You can't take down the building materials or the buildings without DEP approval, without another wetlands permit from us. It seems like an integral part of this entire project, yet it seems woefully lacking, and I know DEP can be slow. But it does seem like putting the cart before the horse, because if this doesn't happen, you're really stuck in the mud, so to speak. So it is a little surprising to me. Okay, so that's all I have to say about PCBs. Feasible and prudent alternatives was brought up by the public and by other members of the commission and intervening parties. I think what you initially proposed was, shooting for the stars, so to speak, in terms of a very pervasive development, and then you progressively step back from that wish list to try to find something that was amenable to the commission and other members. To me, that's not an analysis of feasible and prudent alternatives. Okay, that's just stepping back from what you ultimately would have loved to have seen here. You didn't consider, first of all, single-family residential, which it is actually zoned for, and a cost-benefit analysis, or anything else. So I would expect a more robust analysis of feasible and prudent alternatives for the site. Okay, just to say no development is not sufficient. We asked about a conservation instrument in some of our things, which we did not get a response to. I hope we would see that going forward. I'm just going to go quickly through these so we don't keep everybody here too late. The new stormwater regs in 2024 was brought up by members of the public and the intervening party for 1700. Can somebody speak to how that might impact this site and whether what you've designed will be consistent with those regulations, since that was a point of concern?
Yep. Good question. Yeah, so those regulations came out fairly recently, I think within the past 2 months maybe. So obviously we started this process a lot earlier than that. They don't come into effect until March of 2024. In regards to specifically rainfall amounts, those regulations don't have any effect on rainfall amounts. NOAA Atlas 14 controls that, so the amount of water falling on the site is covered by what we're currently proposing and designing. Those new regulations, though, do touch upon expansion of nitrogen, phosphorus, those types of removal, and I think it ups potentially the TSS removal. So obviously they're not adopted yet, but this design could be accommodated to hit those if this process gets to that level.
seems like that would be advisable from everybody's comments. In terms of the trees and uptake of water, right now, obviously, a lot of the wetlands are grass. Does grass take up more water than trees?
Dean Gustafson, no, generally not. Trees and other woody vegetation have a higher what's called evapotranspiration rate. Trees can pump a tremendous amount of water out of the ground and utilize it and express it into the atmosphere.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. And then the restoration plan you had for the wetlands, there's a different plan for the easterly part of Wetland 4 versus the westerly part.
So
one looks like there's no shrubs and it's just...
Yeah, again, Dean Gustafson, so I think that we had actually gone through that with staff comments, and the application should be the same for both sides, so we will make sure that that gets clarified.
Okay, and then I think I'm wrapping up here. Just the trees. We talked about the trees for 1700. I would just like to reiterate that here. There were discrepancies between the plans and the table of trees you had. I asked if we could improve upon that to show which ones are staying, which ones are going, and why. And there were some questions about some trees in wetlands that seem to be X'd out in certain areas, and so just a little clarity. Right now, you don't have to necessarily respond to it now, but you can just come back with an improved.
Okay. Yep. Fine.
And I think that is all the questions I think I have. One moment. Also, with respect to what I commented on for 1700 was the limit of disturbance. You're doing work in the streams and in the wetlands, but not necessarily your limit of disturbance doesn't necessarily reflect that. Same kind of question with respect to temporary impacts to wetlands. Do we not consider planting trees and removal of invasives and planting as a temporary impact? Because it wasn't included in any of your...
Yeah, so you raise a great question. Historically, and I've been a wetland consultant in Connecticut for 35 years now. I've done permitting in a lot of municipalities with the state and the Army Corps of Engineers. Generally speaking, enhancements to wetlands, planting, and those type of activities are not considered an impact per se, whether temporary or permanent. It's an enhancement of the habitat.
Okay, fair answer. Thank you. I'll yield to the...
Thank you, Mr. Bakhorst. Further questions, Ms. Gillette? Keeping in mind that we do get another crack at this, everyone. Okay.
I heard you say boardwalks. Where are you putting in boardwalks?
Microphone, please.
Boardwalks, where are you putting in boardwalks? Please.
Matt, yeah, so at the...
There?
Yep, there, which is that wetland crossing, that finger right there where Sarah was tapping. Yeah.
Are they going to be on the helical post?
Yes, we applied your recommendation for the champion oak tree to another area.
All righty, because I got another really good idea for you.
I'm listening.
The softball parking on 1700. That parking, I think it's 137 or 135 spaces, and it's segregated in that corner of the lot there. Well, people don't play softball in the snow, and they don't play softball every day, but they mainly don't play it in the snow. So you don't have to pave that area. That parking for the softball fields doesn't need the kind of maintenance that a regular parking lot would have. So why not make it gravel? Why not make it the true grid, the stone dud stuff? Because you don't have the same maintenance issues. And that is a huge chunk of that corner that could have the impacts largely alleviated.
So I'd say from a stormwater standpoint, though, compacted gravel with 100 to 400 baseball players at a peak season, right? Understanding, obviously, it's not used all year round, but say spring, summer, fall, I think compacted gravel of the intensity of this parking lot versus pavement, stormwater wise, there's going to be the same runoff. And if we have pavement, obviously we're going to be cutting down on rocks and grit and things that can be eroded off the surface over time, as opposed to a paved lot. But I'm willing to look at it for you.
Would you look at it? Because when I have been out there in the rain, the cuts, the flow seems to not go right to the very end there. There is a portion that goes almost towards leans towards Trout Brook. But that, I don't know what you're cutting and filling there. But it seems to me you could really well, you can look into it.
I can.
It's as good as a boardwalk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gillette. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Cristilli.
Somebody at our last meeting mentioned that getting rid of the PCBs would cost about $5 million. I have a friend who's cleaning up a gas station and getting rid of the tank and everything, and I don't think $5 million is going to do it for you. So maybe you better take Liz's idea. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Any other questions? All right. So what I want to do at this point, we sort of reached just a logical stopping point, not for the night. A logical stopping point, just go quick break. But since there's the possibility that 1800 is going to be continued, I don't want the public that has stayed here tonight to not have the opportunity to speak on it. So we're just going to take a quick break, and then we will take public comment on 1800.
Question for the chair. How late do you intend to go?
I'm going to go until you guys are out of gas, because
We would rather defer to a more reasonable hour.
so
This is ridiculous. Many people have to work so we can pay our exorbitant taxes.
I don't get paid to do this. So we're all going to be, well, here's the thing. If this thing is going to be withdrawn, right, and there's going to be a resubmission, there will be another opportunity to speak on this, right? So another opportunity has been given to speak on this at a more reasonable hour. What I would like to do, though, is to give the public the opportunity, should they wish, to speak tonight, right? After, in the proper order, and as necessary. So if anyone wishes to speak tonight, I do not want to cut off their ability to do so, which is what I am proposing at the moment. As I have repeatedly said, it will not be your last opportunity to speak on the 1800 application, nor will it be your last opportunity to speak on the 1700 application, which we will be continuing to hear 2 days from now. Okay? We've been trying to get through this, and I think we've done an adequate job given the circumstances. And so the reason we're going to keep going is specifically so the public has the opportunity. Those who have stuck it out here has the opportunity to speak. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, and we're going to give the opportunity to speak. Thank you. Back to order. We're going to move on to the public comment section. So I'm going to go back through the lists that we already have here. I know it's probably going to be a lot of people who are not here. That's true. No, I'm going to go through the list. So, all right. So we're going to start with Sandra Rampertab. Okay. Sheila Flanagan. Bob Clunan. Chris Hennigan. I saw Chris, yeah.
Thank you. For the record, Chris Hennigan, 1651 Asylum Avenue, West Hartford, Connecticut. I'll make this brief because it's getting late. I just wanted to indicate that my comments with regard to 1800 Asylum Avenue, the comments I made with regard to 1700 Asylum Avenue property, that property are also germane to the 1800 Asylum Avenue property. Again, I wanted to let you guys know I was able to walk the property today after last night's rainfall. I shot about 25 photos of the 1800 property in various locations. Many of them show poor drainage and flooding outside of the marked wetlands on the proposed development sites. So I'll share a few of those photos now. Another one is of a parking area behind one of the buildings, which I believe would be considered, and again, I'm an epidemiologist, not a wetland subject matter expert, so I believe this would be considered an impervious surface. I'm not sure how this applies here, but you can see that there's a large amount of vegetation across this entire parking area, so it is no longer an impervious surface, and I'm sure that it does offer some drainage opportunity that is assisting with flood prevention. But again, flooding is the main issue here. I'll share these photos, and when you look these over, I can't really wrap my head around how any sustainable design will get the property to match what the latest proposed design highlights are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hennigan. Next up is Charlotte Guerra. I guess that's Charlotte, yes. After Charlotte will be Evelyn Fishman.
Charlotte Guerra, 384 North Quaker Lane. I'd like to carry forth my comments on 1700 to also apply to 1800. And I wasn't clear on the Attorney Pearson's response on 1700 and 1800, so I'll ask the question again in a slightly different form. When we were talking at the last meeting on the 29th about all the plantings, all the new plantings that will go in on the shrubs and the trees, the limit of liability for replacing those shrubs and trees was limited to, I think Attorney Pearson said 5 years. And 10 years was suggested. I would recommend, given the nature of the soil and my own personal experiences with trying to plant on wetlands, that the limit of liability be extended to 10 years rather than 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Next up then is Evelyn Fishman. Okay. All right, so we're going to go back through the list of individuals who put their name down and spoke at the beginning of the hearing. Beth Ann Loveland Sennett. Mary Hardy. Roberta Eccleston. Jay Costello. Martha Parrish. Please. Thank you.
I know Beth Ann would like to defer her comments until the next meeting. Martha Parrish, 34 Fox Meadow Lane, West Hartford. The developer has stated their intention to withdraw and refile, and this resident is counting on that assertion being honest and transparent, which they have not been up until this point. The sloppy and untimely provision of required documentation by the developer to this body is creating this artificially constricted timeline. And I appreciate all of your input and your questions that you had for the developer tonight. And I think we all feel that Friday for a decision on this 1,800 parcel is too tight a timeline. Mr. Gustafson speaks at length about habitat, but then asserted that no wildlife study was conducted. So the testimony at the hearing is largely invented due to no study. The interveners had specific habitat questions for Mr. Gustafson, which he bloviated at length about, despite having no data to support it, because there was no study done. And I want this body to recognize that. To Mr. Kaplan's point, I really appreciate you exploring the PCBs, which were just introduced this evening. As far as I'm concerned, the developer should be applying for their PCB mitigation plan before asking to increase, affect wetlands or propose anything for this property. They bought it, they own the liability for the PCBs, and I am confident they are farthest down south and they are in the Trout Brook today. They own it because they purchased it. And the gentleman from the third row there correctly articulated, those URAs are regulated here in West Hartford. And the presenters are trying to downplay, claim no impact to wetlands, despite increasing impervious areas within the URAs, which provide wetland buffers, provide a valuable interface to attenuate water flow, absorb nutrients, provide screening and windbreaks, as well as habitat opportunities. Ms. Gillette, your questioning was absolutely about that. There is a wall. There's a concrete wall between Wetlands 1 and Wetlands 4 where today that water is flowing. We all know it if you walk over there. Other speakers were permitted to speak off topic. I look forward to speaking later about the traffic impacts to our emergency responder system, and then 2 new firehouses that are going to need to be built from all this development, and our school systems. I appreciate Mr. Binghorst's overall comments about considering other alternatives. That has not been done in this case. The developer has merely made incremental adjustments due to public pressure, which will continue. And if you look at the URA impacts in that SLR study, they've actually increased from the last iteration on this property on the 1800 on the west side of Trout Brook. This is...
You can keep going. Just keep going. We don't have that many people left, so.
I'm not against development. I am against this particular development. Today's hearing is about the wetlands, but there's a much bigger picture of negative impacts to this community that we haven't even started to discuss. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up would be Yvonne Espinoza. Will Cromwell, please.
So I want to speak to the multiple referrals to other scopes of development to maybe go with single-family zoning or taking out floors, and to strongly just discourage that option. If you care about wetlands and you care about wildlife and you care about protecting our environment, do not perpetuate what is causing the issue with environmental destruction. The per capita wetlands impact of a single-family neighborhood is dramatically higher, and I want you to consider the per capita impact. The number of people that are alive is not going to decrease if you have a smaller amount. I mean, actually, it might decrease, but that's off topic. These people exist. People want to move here. If you push people out farther and farther away, it will destroy far more wetlands and wildlife. If anything, my biggest critique of this project, it's too short. Should be another 3 stories higher or more. There should be a parking garage to have less impervious space and to have it more concentrated, but more densely developed areas is better for the environment, better for wetlands. And to the people who feel like, oh, I like development, but just not in this area, I understand that feeling, but every time a development project is proposed, every time, all the neighbors will always say, I like development, just not in my backyard. If we allow neighbors to veto every single project, there will never be a project.
Please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And I know you guys understand that. And West Hartford has been a leader in allowing development, and I commend West Hartford for doing that. But I mean, I hope West Hartford understands the history of zoning in Connecticut and West Hartford's pivotal role in that. We're coming up on the 100-year anniversary of zoning regulations being adopted for the first time in West Hartford.
We need to steer the ship back towards the wetlands, please.
But wetlands impact, environmental impact, please do not go with the less of a scope single family. That will be far more destructive for the environment than anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, yes. I would love to be a West Hartford resident. I live at 9 North Beacon in Hartford, Connecticut. Unfortunately, projects like this not being built.
I had been reading them off, and I don't know if I did it for this individual. It's late.
Yeah, 9 North Beacon, Hartford, Connecticut.
Next up is John Clapp. Jane Torrey. I don't believe I see either Mr. Visconti or Ms. DiNapoli. Mary Pelletier, I don't believe I see Mary out there. All right, so that's the end of our sign-up sheet. Is there anyone else that has not signed up that wishes to speak tonight as to either 17 or 18? All right. Is there any member of the commission that has questions?
We will have an opportunity
For
questions
yes,
in the future. Okay, thank you.
yes, certainly as to 1700. And Mr. Demay, anything for the commission?
Just to remind you that if there is a motion to continue hearings, it would be to Wednesday, December 13th, and you had already established that for 6 p.m. in this room.
Okay, thank you. If we don't have anything else, we have a motion to continue.
I'll make a motion to continue.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, let me try your minds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed. This matter is continued to Wednesday at 6 p.m. Was that? Favor? Aye. Those opposed? So adjourned.